So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto was the lost hero in Percyverse, Movie 2? Talia began the chapter, eager for her entrance. Come on, you mongrels, Hedge said, batting away a wolf that got too close for comfort to his hindquarters. Die. No, stab, not hit. Ares shook his head. Great, out of a cave and into the freezing tundra, Leo said. He used his cannon stick to dissuade the wolf that looked ready to pounce at him. The wolf fell back in a roll but hopped to its feet. Damn. Laser-proof wolves suck, Leo pouted. Werewolves, Piper said, shivering. She had barely gotten back into her damp clothes when Jason had picked her up and shot out of the cave like a bat out of hell. Her hypothermia was still afflicting her, and while being held by Jason was nice for her, it was hindering his ability to defend the both of them. I think that is a cute picture. Aphrodite smiled. Silver can kill them. Got it, Leo said, reaching into his tool belt. Silver, 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 double damn. Always carry a silver knife, Reyna stated, since they usually had to deal with Lyakon's ilk. Any other ideas? Bash their skulls in, Hedge said, cracking a wolf across the face and sending it tumbling with a whimper. Lightning. Piper looked to the son of Zeus. Jason shook his head. I tried already. The snowstorm is blocking anything else from coming. We can only wonder who did that. Hera frowned deeply as Zeus looked slightly embarrassed. Okay. So, think, Leo, think, Leo said to himself, firing another golden beam at the wolves. He reached into his belt again and pulled out a glass bottle, chucking it at the wolves' feet. It shattered upon hitting a rock jutting out of the snow and splashed on two of the wolves' forelegs. Gasoline is good, Leo grinned. Leo sent a ball of fire at the rock, the fire spreading upon impact to the two doused wolves. They burst into flames and dropped into rolls in the snow. Valdez fun fact. Gasoline is highly flammable. Amazing. Frank rolled his eyes. You're just jealous is all, Leo huffed. I can't hit them if they're on fire, Hedge was outraged. Yeah. Ares nodded with a frown. Yeah, well, count yourself lucky because I don't think I can keep it up for long, Leo said. He fired another shot from his cannon stick and threw another glass vial at the wolves. Leo's right, we're stuck, Jason said. The spirits, Piper said. Jason shook his head. We'd have come all this way for nothing if we can't give them to Elis. Coach Hedge, it's been an honor pranking you, Leo said. And it will continue to be so, the Latino smirked. Sending another wolf rolling from his cannon stick and setting another on fire. You've been a thorn in my side since day one, Valdez. Hedge swung his club and knocked a wolf back. Salute. Hermes said. Jason. Piper choked on her words. Jason faltered for words himself, wondering how he messed up. Should he have kept them in the cave? No, Lyakon and Naruto needed that space to fight. Just in case worse came to worse, Naruto could have trapped Lyakon and himself in it. Then there was the sound of whistling and then the sound of tearing squishy cardboard. A gleaming stick was embedded in the side of a wolf. It howled mournfully before falling into a puddle of shadows, a silver arrow in its wake. No need to thank me, Talia smirked as she continued. The wolves turned to the woods and several more followed the first's fate, falling into shadow puddles as arrows flew from the woods. The wolves ran with their tails between their legs, going back towards the cave. Yes, flee little pups, flee, Artemis smiled widely. Hedge huffed and spat at the ground. Damn it, I didn't get to kill any. From the foliage two white wolves came out, contrasting with the black monstrosities that had tormented the four. Following them were hunters in white camouflage. One glared after the wolves and looked to three hunters on the left. Get them, she said. The other hunters and their white wolves broke into a run after their quarry. Leo had his weapon down, unlike Hedge who was scowling at the girl. You're not Nightshade, he said. Obviously, Talia rolled her eyes. No, I am not, the lead hunter said. She stepped forward and pulled her parka hood down. Wild raven hair spiked out and blew lightly in the cold wind as she looked over the group, a silver tiara gleaming on her forehead. Like a pretty princess, Nico snickered, getting got a death glare from the hunter. Electric blue eyes looked them over before spotting the shivering Piper. She looked to the others. Phoebe, take her. You'll have to get through us, Leo said, lifting his weapon. Not the best of words, Talia, Annabeth said. Meh, whatever. The reader shrugged. Easy, Valdez, they're friends. Much as I don't like them for scaring off my kills. Hedge glared at the lead hunter. How are you so sure? Leo asked. Because she's my sister, Jason said as he stepped forward. He handed Piper over to the other hunter, Phoebe, before returning his attention to the lead hunter, Talia Grace. Who told you that name? Talia asked, glaring at Jason. I was born with it, Jason said in a cheeky tone, getting a push from his sister for his mouth. I know it because it's my name, too, Jason said. He stepped closer, hesitant and cautious. I am Jason. Jason Grace. Jason? Talia's eyes scrutinized his face and she took an equally hesitant step forward, restraining herself from reaching out to touch him. It is you. You have the same scar from trying to eat a stapler when you were 2. Best way to ID your long-lost brother, Percy snorted, check for the scars. A stapler? Leo burst into laughter. Here I thought you got in a fight in grade school or something. Your representative just plummeted. Hedge just nodded as he leaned on his club. Smart boy, staples are good for you. Puts hair on your chest, Aries grinned, right Hef? Screw you. Ah, love you too, ya cripple. We need to get to some cover, Talia said. She looked at her hunters and then back. I can't stay long, but we need to talk. Jason frowned. He wished he could have talked with her longer, to be honest. There's a cave about half a mile down the way the wolves came, Jason said. He looked to Piper, who was being bundled up and fed something from a bottle. Piper's brother. Leo's eyes went wide. Oh, shit. I just thought of something. We couldn't kill the wolves because we don't have silver. And? Talia asked, not sounding all that surprised. We left him to fight the alpha male, Jason said, coming to the same conclusion. Not good, Annabeth frowned with a worried look on her face. Die. Naruto braced himself as the hybrid Lycaon leapt at him, forcing back the concern he had for Piper, Jason and Leo. He fell to his back, using his feet to dig into Lycaon's stomach and flipping the lycanthrope over him into the cave. Nice counter, Frank said, very unorthodox. There was an offended squawk from Mew, who hopped back as Lycaon got to his feet. He glared at Naruto, his eyes red as blood. I'll enjoy feasting on your flesh, Lycaon said. Children of Venus always have such tender and juicy meat. Oh, he so did not, Aphrodite fumed with a heated glare. Must be all the lotion, Artemis idly commented, getting a glare from her rival. Naruto's temper flared and he folded his staves under his arms, crossing his fingers in front of his face. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 clones appeared at his side and Lycaon grinned savagely. They're not illusions, more meat for the grind. My pack will feast for days on your flesh. He wishes, Talia scoffed, knowing about those clones. Not today, Naruto said, one of the duplicates running forward and stabbing with his staves. Lycaon snarled at the offending clone and backhanded it into the cave wall, where it landed face first and dispelled. More clouds of smoke followed, Lycaon ripping through them like tissue paper. Solid illusions, Lycaon said. He had a deep snarl on his face. You must be killed, you're too big a threat to our plans. He wishes he could kill Naruto, Piper frowned, no way her brother was going to go down. Not the first time I've heard that, Naruto said. He tossed his staves at the werewolf. Lycaon dodged and smirked at him, the smirk quickly falling into a look of shock as he saw a rapidly approaching foot. Dynamic entry, Dadbao. The kick landed and Lycaon flew back into the cave wall. And he sticks the landing, Apollo cheered. Naruto kept up his attack, running forward with his hand back and a sphere of energy forming. He brought the Rasengan up and prepared to drive it into the Wolf King's chest, only for the lycanthrope to grab his wrist and divert the attack to the side. The wall exploded and when the dust cleared there was a massive crater, Naruto's hand hovering over it. Dogboy's got some skill, Leo hummed. That was impressive. Lycaon had a gleam in his eye, one that unnerved Naruto. He lifted a clawed hand up to slice through Naruto when a shriek had him turning around. Talons clawed into his face and Lycaon roared in pain, tossing Naruto aside as he tried to fend off the eagle that assaulted him. Ha! Zeus smirked. There was a pained cry from the eagle as Lycaon grabbed her neck. He snarled at the struggling bird in his grip. I hate eagles. Zeus' smirk quickly fell. Let go of her, Lyakon looked back at the blonde and caught Naruto's fist as it flew at him. Lyakon tightened his grip around Naruto's fist, cracking filling the air as he slowly crushed the son of Aphrodite's hand. Naruto dropped to a knee with a strangled cry. Percy winced along with his friends. That had to hurt. "I'll let her go if you so wish," Lyakon said. He slammed the bird into the wall and then tossed her at the fire. Mew. Naruto watched with his breath caught in his throat as his friend went through the flames, landing in a roll, possibly dead. "Why that?" Zeus looked thunderous, wanting to smite the wolfman. "Easy yourself, brother," Hestia calmly said, but her brother barely controlled his temper. His eyes went wild and the marks on his cheeks darkened. "I'll kill you." "I doubt that." Lyakon twisted the fist in his grip and caught the other that was sent at his stomach. He lifted Naruto back up with a savage grin. The strange glint was back in his eye. "You are strong, son of Aphrodite, but not strong enough. I will make you pay," Naruto said through gritted teeth. "No, you will submit to your new lord and master." Lyakon pushed Naruto's hands back and the feral demigod fell to his knees. "I am the alpha male, the king of wolves, and you, boy," he leaned forward, his pointed teeth gleaming with spit and blood, which was not his own. "You will join my pack." "But I don't want my son to be a furry," Aphrodite cried out with fret. "That's what you're worried about?" Athena asked with a look. "Yes. Frank already fills that spot." The son of Mars nearly passed out from that alone while Hazel flushed a deep red. Naruto's eyes went wide as the sound of splitting flesh echoed in the cave. The pain he felt was worse than any he had ever before, even more than when Kurama was ripped from him. Naruto couldn't stop the scream that escaped his lips as Lyakon bit down harder on the space between his shoulder and his neck, the curse worming its way into Naruto's system. Oh gods! Piper looked as sick the rest of the demigods, who turned a tad green as well. Lyakon pulled back, tearing the flesh off and exposing pink muscle as he did, ignoring the screaming blonde. He released Naruto's fists and stepped back as he reverted to his full human form, pulling the skin from his teeth and chewing what remained in his mouth like it was jerky. "That is just twisted," Talia made a gross face. "Why do you think we detest cannibalism?" Demeter huffed. It was bad enough to be eaten whole, but being immortal made it all the worse. He watched with sadistic glee as Naruto writhed and contorted on the ground. "Yes, it hurts the first time, but what doesn't these days?" Lyakon asked. "First hangover, murderous. First time in bed, not horrible for us males most of the time, but for bitches? Oh, it kills them." He chuckled. The females in the room glared at the image greatly for that one. Lost in thought, before returning. "Yes, and let's not forget the first day of birth. That's psychologically scarring and painful, I suppose. But nothing, not even the worst death you can imagine, is as horrible as being turned for the first time." Naruto said nothing, still screaming as his body burned from the inside out. Lyakon popped the rest of the flesh in his hand into his mouth. You know, I am quite disappointed you're so powerful. Your flesh is divine." He laughed at his own joke. The goddesses related to Naruto looked none pleased. "You'll see what I mean when that sister of yours comes back in the jaws of my wolves. I'll let you have the first bite." "That twisted bastard," Piper seethed. "Can't have you going after the son of Jupiter, now." Naruto's skin started to heal and he started to lose consciousness. It was going black in his eyes, overcasting his vision like a cloud with the sun, though despite this, he not once stopped screaming. "Now comes the boring part," Lyakon said. He squatted down over Naruto with a grin on his face, waiting. "I have a feeling he won't be waiting too long," Ares grinned, hoping the kid fought back. "It'd be entertaining." Naruto found himself in front of Kurama, on his hands and knees as chains seemed to appear from the walls. They wrapped around his arms and neck, restraining him. Lyakon's voice echoed in his head, but he didn't listen to the words. Instead, he looked at Kurama. "Kurama, please." He felt like he was dying. This had to be it. When Kurama would come back. "I need your help." "Stupid fox. Wake up." Aphrodite grinded her perfect teeth. "Do your damn job, you dumb animal." The gray kitsune did nothing and Naruto let out an anguished cry as a spike suddenly shot through his stomach. Another shot through either of his biceps and legs, pinning him in a subservient position on his knees. Voices echoed around him. "Embrace the pack." Embrace the pack. Embrace the pack. So this is how it is done, Reina murmured as she watched on, a frown etched on her lips. Never. Naruto grit his teeth and ignored the pain. He blocked out the voices as best he could. He continued looking at Kurama's sleeping form. Wake up, you stupid fox. Obey your king. Kurama. Serve the Great Mother. It was a new voice, a deeper one. Who's that? Hazel asked as Piper frowned. Maybe Enceladus, she said. You damn stupid lazy fox, retrieved Jason Grace. No thank you, Jason said. I am your damn partner, remember? Bring him to me, so that I may revive the Great Mother. And I said it's time you wake up. Kurama's red eyes snapped open and blood-red energy filled the room. Finally, Athena said with pursed lips. Lyakon stumbled back as his new pack member suddenly burst into orange and gold flames. Hey, that's my shtick, Leo pouted. Black pooled around his navel in a spiral. Lines breaking from it to go up his chest and down either of his arms, spirals forming at his shoulders, hips and feet. Two small energy-like horns sprouted from his forehead. Well, that is certainly the sign of the devil, Apollo rubbed his chin. Lust, Artemis said in a snide tone as Aphrodite huffed at her words. And the whiskers on Naruto's cheeks turned into 3 solid black bars. Ooh, he looks good all golden, Aphrodite smiled, a hand on her cheek. Gold really was his color, maybe orange too. Maybe. What in the name of? Lyakon had to shield his face as the energy lashed out and knocked him back into the wall. He growled and got to his feet, glaring as the boy that was to join his pack rolled onto his stomach, revealing a large black spiral on his back, and calmly pushed himself to his feet. Lyakon opened his mouth to speak, but was cowed as Naruto's eyes snapped open. Blood-red orbs a darker shade than his own glared at him, slits acting as pupils. The flame-encased shinobi curled his hands into fists, looking down at them. Incomplete, he said to himself. That's incomplete. Percy gawked, wondering how powerful this Naruto really was. The hands relaxed and he stared at his palms. 2 large energy claws sprouted from his shoulders and centered over either hand as the eyes locked back on Lyakon. But more than enough to end you. Lyakon snarled. Insolent whelp. You reject my gift? I'll kill you? Well, it was just refunded, the Lady of Doves huffed. I already have my own gift, Naruto said. The claws hovering over his hands started to rotate and 2 basketball-sized orbs of blue energy grew in his palms. Odama Suin Rasengan. He slammed the attack into Lyakon's stomach, plowing him through the mountain. The werewolf idly wondered when the demigod closed the distance between them, but focused on screaming instead as he was driven through countless layers of rock to the other side of the mountain. He's drilling him through the mountain, Hazel said in awe. Breaking through had Lyakon soaring through the air until he broke down several trees. His ribs snapped back into place and he coughed up blood as he healed. Resilient, Naruto said as he walked forward calmly. Lyakon got to his feet shakily. Ilke kill you, boy, Lyakon said with a snarl. I can't die from anything but silver. That just makes you a good punching bag, Ares grinned, punching his palm eagerly for what was to come. Well, see about that. More golden claws of energy sprouted from Naruto's back and hovered over his head. Lyakon's eyes widened as each gained a similar orb as the last 2, only this time they were the size of small cars. Try this on for size, tough guy. Shudama Rasen Terengen. Go Naruto. Piper cheered as did the other demigods. The claws came down on Lyakon, the werewolf king screaming in agony as what he thought felt like a shot from the master bolt encased his whole body. What? Zeus frowned. Oh, just relax, Poseidon rolled his eyes. His brother was so picky when it came to his nightlight. He remained intact, but his spine and ribs were definitely shattered. He was broken, but alive, if barely. Huh, and I was sure that was going to kill you. Naruto walked over to Lyakon calmly and looked down at him. Red eyes were wide and gleaming as they looked down into the burning red that the Wolf King had, glaring at the demigod with all of his hate. Naruto scratched the back of his head and sighed. I didn't want to resort to this because of all the nature around us, but you leave me no choice. Obliterate. Ares whooped in glee. Finally, some destruction. Lyakon watched as another duplicate appeared and put his hands over the original's palm. A small black orb started to form and the Wolf King felt his eyes widen in horror. Not much scared him, but he knew when he pushed his luck and needed to get the fuck out of Dodge. That orb was nothing but bad news and it was the last thing he wanted to touch him. It was most likely worse than silver. That's some energy he's holding. The Smith god rubbed his beard in interest. By the time it was the size of a baseball, the clone had extinguished itself and Lyacon was almost back to a point where he could run and regroup with his pack. Naruto was watching him and waiting. Lyacon knew what he wanted. The demigod was mocking him, acting as a predator whereas he would be the prey. Irony at its finest, Jason smirked, the wolf deserved it. This would not stand. He was the predator. He was the alpha male. He was the damn king of wolves. Get up, Naruto said. His eyes were burning with want. Lyacon felt a force overcome him and he obeyed the boy against his will. Charms peaked, Reina muttered, looking at Piper and then back at the image. His legs healed and so did his arms. His spine was back to normal. Good, now he could run. You, Lyacon of Arcadia, betrayer of Zeus and king of wolves, are guilty of murder. The demigod's eyes narrowed. I sentence you to death by combat. More like gory execution, we like that more, Ares corrected. Lyacon wanted to laugh in the boy's face, gloat over his immortality being guaranteed, but he couldn't. As much as he tried, he could not move. Any last words? Feeling his jaw loosen, Lyacon couldn't resist. I'll enjoy your sister's corpse when I return. Wow, give it deeper. Apollo shook his head, not a smart play, even if you were about to die. If you return. The demigod brought his hand back and threw it forward, the arm extending to cross the distance between them. Cho Mini Bijudama. The orb touched his chest and Lyacon burned. Every molecule in his body exploded. Pain like no other, even more than his first transformation, even more than the last barrage, overcame him. Lyacon realized now that this was what being hit by the Master Bolt felt like. It is not, Zeus rumbled, there was no pain, just zap. Nothing. That was it, honestly. The world around him went up in a flash of white, and Lyacon knew no more. Jason stumbled over as the mountain shook, the small group falling to the ground just outside of the cave. Then there was an earth-shattering boom that echoed for miles. Maybe Master Bolt on minimal? Hades suggested. Possible. Poseidon nodded as Zeus glared at the two for comparing his bolt to some power wielded by a child. He helped Phoebe, despite her accusing glares, and Piper back up to their feet. Rockslide. One of the hunters pointed up. The group hurried back to the cave, rushing in as boulders fell down around them. What the hell was that? Talia asked. She looked up through the clouds at the sky, a bit nervous. Zeus looked at his daughter as she ignored him, focusing on the story since she would do that too. Yo, Naruto? You dead? Leo called into the cave. Jason gave him a light glare and followed, nearly tripping over something. He looked down and his eyes went wide. Mew. Jason crouched down next to the eagle and hesitantly put his hands on her chest. There was a soft, barely noticeable beat. Thank goodness, Hazel said with relief, that would have been terrible if Mew died. Jason's eyes widened and he looked to the satyr. Coach Hedge, help. Hedge ran over to Jason's side and winced. Ouch, crispy. Can you help her? Jason asked. Maybe, I dunno, Grace. Hedge looked her over and then looked at Talia. Hey, you got any, whatcha-call-it, petals of it's a flower that looks like a used tissue. Used tissue? Artemis questioned the healing skills of the satyr. Lily of the Valley? What, someone having a heart attack? Talia asked. Just give me the damn flower, Buttercup, Hedge said. He did not just call me that. Talia glared at the word in the book. Talia glared at him. Don't call me Buttercup, shortstop. Flower. Now. Hedge demanded impatiently. Talia looked to Phoebe, who tossed her a bag, and then tossed the bag to the satyr. He ripped the sealable top off, tossing it into the fire before grabbing a small pinch of the plucked flowers. He ground them in his hand and opened the eagle's beak, letting the ground flowers fall into her mouth. Grace, he said. Jason and Talia looked at him, though Talia more likely glared. I would. The hunter nodded, and he looked at Jason. You. Rub her throat with 2 fingers, gently. Jason nodded and did just that. While he did that, Hedge went out of the cave into the woods. So, what's with the eagle? Talia asked. You get a pet? Not yet, Jason smirked as Leo snickered at the son of Rome's portable generator. She's a friend, Jason said. He rubbed Mew's neck softly, very loyal to Piper's brother. So it's his pet? I guess so. Why the heck does he have an eagle for a pet? I don't know, Talia, Jason said, sounding a bit exasperated. Yeah, leave me alone, Jason pouted at her sister. Watch it, buddy, I am still your older sister. You heard other me, Jason. Yes, Talia, his hot older sister, Leo said. Eyes turned to Leo, who shrugged. What? It's true. Never going to happen, Talia grunted. I know, Aphrodite sighed out. Dude. Jason flatly gave Leo a look while Talia ignored him. A few minutes later Hedge came back, whittling away at a new set of reed pipes. He blew into one end and a high note came out. He grunted. It'll have to do. Forgive me if I ruin your eardrums. I've been out of practice for some time. Oh gods, Percy paled, remembering Grover's skills on the instrument on their first quest. The next thing Jason heard was a beautiful flute solo. It tugged at his heart and he stole a glance at Piper, who was looking back at him. Jason looked away and looked at Leo, who was staring into the dying fire. Looking around, Phoebe was focusing on Piper's ankle while Talia was lost in a 1,000-mile stare. It seemed Hedge had ensnared everyone in his music. He's so good, Hazel said in amazement as Frank's jaw dropped. Hedge finished when Mew suddenly shot up from under Jason's hand, back on her feet and looking around. The satyr snorted and scowled. So off-key. My mama goat would tan my hide if she heard that. Are you kidding? Apollo gaped. That was great for someone out of practice? Coach Hedge, Piper said. That was beautiful. You got corn in your ears, McLean. That was crap. It took 3 minutes to bring the bird back, Hedge said, tossing the reeds into the fire. That's why I don't play instruments. I am no good at it. Okay. I have to chat with that guy, the god of music said. No way could talent like that not be used. I don't want to imagine what you think good music sounds like, Leo said, turning his head away and rubbing his eyes. Jason rubbed his cheek and blinked at the dampness of it. Ah, music, Apollo smiled, moving hearts for ages. Mew shrieked and looked around before her golden eyes landed on Jason expectantly. Jason looked back at her and shrugged. I don't know where he is. Mew gave a cry before going to the back of the cave, flying back with 2 items in her talons. That's Naruto's walking stick, Leo said. Staff, Annabeth correct. Hey, he's a sage, right? Leo shrugged, walking stick. So where's Naruto? Jason asked. You can find him later, Talia said. Listen, I don't have a lot of time. I need to get back to my hunters and return to my hunt. We need to talk. Jason looked to his sister and nodded, letting her lead him away so they could have a private conversation, plus Leo. Jason needed the support. Not awkward at all, Talia frowned as Leo grinned at her. The water dripped nearby and Naruto woke up sore. He blinked his eyes and looked at the ceiling of his dank and dreary mindscape. He sat up and looked around. Sewer, check. Pipes lining the walls, check. Images of memories, check. Well, it's about time. Naruto let a smile cross his face as he turned around. Giant orange-furred hate demon fox monster turned close friend, check. Finally, good old killer is up. Ares smiled crookedly. I should say the same thing, he said. He held his fist out to the orange kitsune. It's nice to have you back, Kurama. It's good to be back, Naruto, Kurama said, letting a smile cross his face as his massive fist pressed lightly against Naruto's. He likes his bro fists, don't he? Leo asked. Damn right, Apollo grinned as he and Hermes did one. He laid down on his hand like paws and watched Naruto patiently. So, care to tell me what in the name of the Rikudu is going on? So Naruto told him. About the world beyond the elemental nations. The land of America, filled with humans more than nature, something Kurama snorted disdainfully at. The camp of heroes, which again, Kurama snorted at. Hey, the demigods frowned at the fox's dismissal of them. Children of gods, Kurama said, huffing. I am the son of the six-path sage, the god of shinobi. You don't see me going to a summer camp. Monster camp. Leo cheered with a laugh. getting some Snickers. Now, this is how you avoid a celestial bronze decapitation, Percy said in a Chiron-like voice. Oh man. I bet that is so a thing in Tartarus, Hermes laughed. Kurama, there's only 9 of you, me and Sasuke, Naruto said dryly. There's not enough of us for a camp. Marshmallows with the Uchiha? Never. Same, Percy nodded. Oh, come on, lighten up a bit. That was months ago. Kurama glared at Naruto flatly. He trapped us in miniature moons and tried to kill you, again. Water under the bridge, Naruto said, waving it off. He is way too forgiving. Annabeth shook her head. Kurama shook his head. I will never understand you, Naruto. Then came the news about his mother. I fucking knew it, that red-headed whore. Hey, Artemis smirked as the love goddess eye twitched at that. Was eccentric in her seal, chaining me up and piercing my body with spikes. That fucking bitch was the embodiment of love, my antithesis. For good reason, the Lady of Doves sniffed. What I would do to that skank, no offense, Kurama said once his ranting had dwindled down. Naruto rubbed his forehead. A lot taken, but thanks for keeping it somewhat PG. I was rather fond of it. Silence Artemis. Aphrodite glowered. Still, I can't believe you're the son of the love goddess. Kurama drifted off and thought about it before smirking. On second thought, yes. Yes I can. Little peacekeeper, you. Mommy must be so proud. I am. Ares just huffed at that with crossed arms, lame. Shut up, Kurama, and then came the news about his father. You've got to be fucking kidding me, Kurama said dryly. He rubbed his head with his left paw. Let me see if I get this straight. Your mother is the goddess of love. Yep. She split a mortal aspect of herself off into some woman's womb. I guess so. She let that body grow up as a Jinchuriki of me. That probably wasn't part of the plan. I doubt she had a plan, Athena surmised dryly. It never is. Then later on she married your father, who was the son of a strategic war goddess. That's right so far. And then they had you, the reincarnation of the youngest son of my father, the one that rallied people into standing behind his brother's tyranny. A chip off the old block, Percy said in a chipper tone, getting a giggle from Annabeth. Pretty much sums it up. Kurama stared at Naruto for a long while before laughing. God, I love being sealed inside you. There's never a dull moment. He is entertaining, Hestia commented lightly. You're taking all this rather well, Naruto said with a grin. Kurama's laugh died down to a chuckle and he grinned back. I just had nap for several months and got to watch you obliterate a king with my power. Of course I am in a good mood. I want to drink with him, the stories to be told. Ares laughed with a slap to his knee. Naruto smiled. I am glad you're back, Kurama. It got lonely without the voice in my head. I am glad to be back, Naruto, Kurama said, settling down on his paws again. He turned serious. Now, as to this quest of yours. Your half-sister's father is being held captive and she has until sometime today to lead 2 other demigods to the captor or her father dies. Yep, but the quest is to save Hera, the queen of the gods, Naruto said. They can't divert or it will mean the end of the world or something. Or something, Hera parroted in a dry tone. Kurama mulled this information over before nodding. We will rescue the father then. Shouldn't I tell the others that I am okay first? Naruto asked. No, time is of the essence right now. The more time we waste the less time we have to save the human from death, Kurama said. Hey, this sounds like a good plan, Leo rubbed his chin. Plus it's my legacy slaying that foul giant, Athena smirked widely. Now how would her other aid him? And I am not back to full power, so you will be without your Biju form. The incomplete cloak will be enough. Naruto nodded in assurance. And if anything else I can fall back on sage mode. Kurama scowled. Damn toads, useful, but damn them. Ghastly, the love goddess nodded in agreement. Come on, let it go, Naruto said. How can you cooperate with others if you don't get over your past transgressions with them? Kurama went silent for a moment before he smirked. That was a big word for you, Naruto. Annabeth and Athena frowned at the slight to the wisdom legacy. Shut up, Kurama. They held a stern look before both burst into laughter again. The laughter of 2 friends echoed in the mindscape. Hundreds of other memories filled the walls, filled with the sounds of Naruto laughing with someone else. That's really cool, Percy admitted. He wondered what the inside of his mind looked like. An aquarium, Annabeth said, like she was reading his thoughts. Guess you'd have a maze as yours. Not funny, the blonde pouted with crossed arms as her boyfriend chuckled. When they died down, the memories did as well and a comfortable silence filled the air. Kurama held his fist out with a smile on his face, ready to go show the world what real power looks like. Zeus hummed PhD at that. Naruto grinned and pushed his fist back against Kurama's. You know I am. Then wake up, Naruto Uzumaki, and show them how strong we are. Blue eyes shot open and Naruto pushed himself off the dirt-laden ground. He looked around at the giant hole he lay in. Part of the mountain he once resided in was now missing and a good portion of the woods he was once in had been obliterated. The sage pursed his lips at that. Grover's going to kill me, Naruto said, his head hanging. Fear the tin cans of doom, Percy nodded sagely. Not if you don't tell him it was you, Kurama said. I am not going to lie to him, Naruto said. He looked up and walked to the epicenter of the giant crater that now filled the area. Standing in the middle of it, Naruto estimated it was about 50 meters wide. Nice, Ares chuckled. Yeah, Grover's going to kill me. Enough wallowing over the past. Let's move. Right. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes, focusing on Kurama's chakra and let it encase him, going to the incomplete cloak in a second. He looked down at his arms in awe. I will never get over this. It is rather dashing. Reina admired the golden form. Focus, Naruto. Sorry, he said. He crouched down and shot up, leaving the crater with a mighty jump. He landed about 80 meters away, groaning. Okay, I am just going to run. Then run, Naruto. Geez, you always talk to yourself? It helps with the crazy, Dionysus commented. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto grumbled as he burst into a run, his arms hanging behind him as he did. Eventually he left the foliage, bursting through to an open plains and shooting through a small town. He ran on the road and passed a giant welcome sign. Behind that was a white car with deactivated lights on the hood. Holy shit. The policeman sitting in his car looking at his radar gun exclaimed. The red numbers were rising after the golden blur shot past. Eventually they came to a stop at 175 miles per hour. I could use an intern. No Hermes, Aphrodite frowned. Her baby would not look good in worker man brown, yuck. The policeman choked on his coffee and looked at the donuts sitting on the dash. They were a day old. He threw them outside of his car. Smart pig, Ares snickered. I am going back to alcohol. Smarter pig, Dionysus cheered his Diet Coke to the cop. Do you even know where you are going? West, Naruto said as though it were obvious. Okay, new question. Do you know where exactly you're going? Not the smartest fellow, Poseidon commented lightly and got a glare from his rival for it. I figured. Stop at the next small town and ask for a map. Really? Naruto asked, arching a brow. Yes. I don't know the area. So even if you just glimpse it, I should get a bit of an idea what you're looking at because you're using my chakra. I'll break the image down and apply our location. That's really cool, Jason admitted. Seriously, all personal GPS in your head. Just one question. Go for it. Do you understand the language of this land? Naruto asked aloud in English. Fool, you understand it. Your thoughts automatically translate it back to our native tongue and script. So when you look at it, it will translate for me. Fail, Nico snickered. Naruto pouted. No need to be so mean about it. You don't seem to be taking this seriously. I am so taking this seriously. Naruto, you're an idiot. I can relate it, Annabeth said in a wistful tone. Hey, Naruto's pout deepened. He thought they were past that. A naked idiot. Oh no, Piper palmed her face as her mother giggled. Looking down, Naruto felt his cheeks heat up. Kurama was right, he was naked almost as the day he was born. Thank goodness he still had his boxers on, otherwise that would be awkward. No, it's still awkward, he groaned while Kurama laughed. Shut up. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Are you kidding me? You're the golden streaker now, son of the yellow flasher. Kurama was having a jolly good time with this if his laughter was anything to go by. Athena and Aphrodite frowned at that. You know that's not his moniker. Well, not in public but with your mother, she was a kinky thing, I'll give her that. Amen. Ares smiled widely as the love goddess giggled. Many people gagged heavily at that. Naruto tripped and doubled over several times before coming to a halt on his chin. His body bent over his head for a moment before flopping down to the ground. Ooh, the skid marks on that one, Leo winced. He groaned and got to his feet, dusting himself off. When that was done, the golden demigod glared at his navel. I did not want to hear that, I'll bet not, but you have to admit it was funny. I should just ask Octopops if he wants to switch Biju when I get home. No, I like this one. Ares whined. Who the heck is Octopops? Percy asked. I don't know, but I do like the name, the sea god said. He sounds tight, yo. Apollo grinned. Ha, now who's being funny? You love me and you know it. Like a tumor. I love you too, Naruto. Naruto just grumbled while Kurama chuckled in the back of his head. He continued to run until he got to a small town, stopping in an alleyway. Naruto looked around and as luck would have it, found a door on one of the buildings. Thinking it may be a department store, Naruto walked in. He was relieved to find so many clothes hanging on racks. Anytime, sweetie, Aphrodite smiled sweetly. They were a bit strange though, not something he thought was regular attire. Antony. Naruto killed his chakra shroud as someone called a name nearby. No need to have the government after his ass, if he didn't already, that is. The mist covers that. Hazel waved off the blonde's worry. A mousy-looking man walked around the corner of one of the racks before jumping when he saw Naruto. Well, if Antony is going to be late, you'll have to do, the man said. Spin around. Wah? Several of the demigods questioned. Model agency? Piper asked her mom. The charm speaker only got a giggle. But I am. Save the butts for later, please. The man glared at him and put his hands on his hips. Now spin. Naruto spun around and stopped when he was facing the man again. Aphrodite giggled even more, unnerving many. A bit shorter than we would like, but well defined. Fine, change out of those ghastly pants. Here, put these on. The man threw Naruto something and Naruto looked at the object. The man tapped his foot. Well? Come on, you're on in 5. Ois, I just got it. Apollo let out some laughs as the others were still confused. You're going to watch me change? Naruto asked. Always so shy, the man said, turning around and crossing his arms. Happy? Naruto shook his head and changed as the man requested. When he was done, he pulled at the offending clothing. Are they supposed to be this tight? And a rookie at that. No wonder you're shy. Oh gods, Talia blanched at the coming lines. The man grabbed Naruto by his arm and pulled him through the racks of clothes to the front. Come on, we're late. Ladies of the fine cherry bombs early morning, we give you the last call, a suave voice said from speakers behind the curtain. Naruto was led to stand behind. A male stripper. Athena paled as the gods were roaring with laughter while the demigods either joined or looked a little queasy. Nico looked mildly interested. Hey, how's it going? I am Todd, said a guy that was taller and a bit beefier than Naruto. He had a rugged face like Naruto had seen on the Wall of Fame in his cabin. Indeed, Aphrodite bit her bottom lip a little. Naruto. Do you know what's going on? We're partying, man, Todd said. The curtain parted and a bunch of women stared back at them. My brother is now a stripper. Piper muttered to herself. It was her other's job to look out for him. Oh, the cruelties of the fates. My nephew is a stripper, Annabeth muttered to herself. All that potential. And now he was a lady pleaser. Where did her other go wrong? There was a song playing over the speaker. Todd and the other guys started to walk oddly out onto the stage that had poles on it. American Woman, what kind of music is this crap? Naruto just shook his head, frozen like a deer in the headlights. He was in a bar. Yep. Dionysus nodded. He was in a strip bar. Pretty much. Apollo nodded. He was in a strip bar dressed like a stripper. Hilarious, Hermes nodded. He was in a strip bar dressed like a stripper on ladies' night. Make mommy proud, sweetie. Mom, do not encourage this. Indeed, Athena glared heatedly. No legacy of hers was going to be a stripper. Time to leave, Naruto said to himself, searching for an exit. He saw one too many strange dances for his liking and hopped down from the stage, bolting for the door. A woman snagged him by the back of his too tight leather pants. Naruto, the Lady of Doves chided, give the ladies some sugar. Pour that sugar on me, Apollo sang out, but Artemis hit his arm. Ow. What? So called for, he argued, but his twin's glare said otherwise. He gave a surprised squawk as several women, all very attractive in their own way, started to touch him. Rape, rape. Piper cried out for her brother, damn hussies. They also slipped him some money, which wasn't frowned on, but still. They touched him. Everywhere. Lucky bastard, Leo pouted, he'd kill for that kind of action. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice night, bye. Naruto pulled himself away from the ring of 20 groping utensils, hopped over the bar and bolted out the door. The mental scarring to come, Athena sighed, that was never good. So, I don't want to talk about it. Naruto grumbled as he walked across the street to a clothing store. He was going to break in, change clothes and leave this crazy town. Hell, get a map at the next gas station or something. Smart play, Hermes nodded. I can never unread that. Thalia shuddered as she held up the book. Who wants it? I'll take it, Athena smirked. Her giant was no doubt to fall in the coming chapter. Athena smirked as she began the chapter. The half-prince was quiet after his nest sister left with the other predators. I did what the sage would have wanted and consoled him with my presence. His shoulder was smaller than the sage's, and uncomfortable, but bearable for his sake. The half-what and nest who? Percy scratched the back of his head. Athena frowned, wondering who was narrating. The fire thrower was a relief for me. Okay, that's me. Leo pointed to himself. He took up the responsibility of cheering the half-prince up. Half-prince is me, Jason said and blinked. Guys, I think this is Mew. Huh, that's new. Frank said. The sage's nest sister helped even more when she returned to the group. So, if the sage is Naruto, I am the nest sister. So that first nest sister was Thalia. Piper nodded in understanding. The satyr was counterproductive and rude as always, just as the first feather said they were. First feather is clearly Dios. Zeus murmured. When we left the cave, I took to the skies, flying around the mountain to find the sage. There was a crater, large enough to become a new, if not small, lake. I believe I can assume that the sage won. Hell yeah, he did. Leo grinned at the guns Naruto was packing in the form of chakra. I called out for him, my voice echoed in the cool air. There was no response. No matter, I pushed my worry down and returned to the sage's group. I am sure that we will meet later. First Feather always said it was easy to find his master because of their bond. I will find mine in the same way. Zeus smirked at that while his brothers rolled their eyes. For now, I will watch the sage's nest sister, the half-prince, the fire thrower and the satyr for him. It must be difficult being a landwalker. The poor sage's talons must get exhausted after he goes for his morning run around the half-blood nest. And now his nest sister has to climb a frozen path. A shame they cannot fly like me. I can fly, Jason corrected. Not indefinitely, Piper reminded him, since it made him tired. I perch myself on a statue of the Windlord, a friend of First Feather, and wait for the landwalkers to come back outside. A breeze picks up and ruffles my feathers. Annoying. Glaucus gets like that. Athena smiled lightly. Annoying little thing, Ares growled, it always pooed on him. I brush them back down and look up when a tittering laugh echoes around me. Well now, aren't you precious? I turn to the owner of the voice, a woman with red hair and purple eyes. Aphrodite, huh? Hephaestus commented. What are you doing there? Zeus questioned and the love goddess just shrugged at him. My head tilted and I observed her, looking directly at her eyes. I chirped and left my perch to land on her outstretched arm, careful not to damage it. She is First Feather's sister, the Olympian. What? Apollo blinked. I thought Gaia created Dios. Artemis questioned, but her father made an iffy motion with his hand. It was debatable. The king of the gods said, "You must be Mew," she said. Her finger trailed down the side of my beak like the sage does. I lean into it, comforted. She tittered again. Are you the one watching my baby? I answered yes proudly. An ego to match the domain she's from, Poseidon muttered to Hades, who nodded. I tell her that I was chosen by the first feather to watch over the sage. Dios wanted to watch over him. Zeus asked. I wonder why? Athena smiled, eager to know more. She just smiles and says nothing else, tapping the bottom of my beak. My head tilted and she laughed. Keep up the good work, Mew, she said. A big strong eagle lies in your future. Even for an eagle? Artemis questioned dryly. Love doesn't discriminate, unlike you, Artemis. Why you? Enough, Zeus said in a firm tone, silencing both goddess for now. First feather was right, his sister is very strange. Now, listen up. I straightened up when the Olympian spoke again. I can't stay long, but do you remember them all? Sending her to fetch something? Athena asked her fellow goddess. Seems so, the Lady of Doves smiled. So, about what happened at the cherry bomb. There was a burst of snickers from that as Athena pursed her lips, a dark glint in her gray eyes. I said I don't want to talk about it, Naruto said. He was running again, sprinting through towns like they were moving backdrops. From the store he had grabbed some jeans, a black shirt with a weird smiley face that had 2 X's for eyes. Nirvana, nice. Talia smirked, such a good band. And an orange jacket from the clothing store. He didn't bother with shoes, mostly the chakra cloak protected his feet. In his hands was a crumpled up map. Just past a sign saying California. I know. For what it's worth, I think you were stunning. He needs a muzzle, Athena stated, getting a nod from Annabeth. Percy's laughter begged to differ. I so don't want to hear this, Kurama. Could have used something like that one girl did with the pervert back when you were on the training trip. A glower leapt from Athena's throat at the thought of the man that trained her son and her grandson. Aphrodite was giggling over the fact. Naruto pushed those memories to the back of his mind and fought down the blush that was crawling its way up his neck. Shut up. Or at least tease them with that flex thing Karabi showed you. We agreed never to speak about that. This should be good, Leo smirked. Left here. Don't change the subject. Naruto turned left. Hell, you could have at least gotten a kiss. I mean, there are like 3 kisses total that actually count in your life and 2 of them were with the Uchiha. Ooh, Aphrodite looked instantly interested. No, Athena glared. Her legacy was not going out with some delusionary psychopath with mental issues. HMPH. Love is pure in any form, Athena. Your brain babies are a good example of that. The fact remains that I want to hear the story, Hermes complained and Athena quickly continued, not wanting to talk about this. Naruto wiped out again. Granted the second one probably wasn't a real kiss. That was just misfortune. Stop talking about that, I think I am going to puke. Isn't your mother the goddess of love? I may love Sasuke like a brother, but that's as far as it goes. Athena looked smug now as Aphrodite pouted. I dunno, you sure chased after him a lot. He needed to come back to the village so someone could undo the brainwashing. Sounding real defensive here, Naruto. He is, Nico nodded. I've had sex with a woman, Kurama. First of all, that wasn't sex, that was a hooker. The less mature gods snickered at that along with the love goddess. Athena just frowned at the reminder. Secondly, you could be bisexual. Never know until you try. Exactly, Aphrodite nodded, finally someone says it. They love me in Cali, Apollo grinned with a sparkling smile. I don't. Hades muttered, too bright. I am so done talking about this with you. Ah, did I make you mad? Naruto didn't reply. Oh, come on. I was just kidding around, Naruto. I know you don't like the Uchiha. You have to admit though, to the outside viewer. Ooh, give us more, Kurama, the Lady of Doves ushered on. Just stop, he didn't react to your Oroic no Jutsu, so it's easy to assume the Uchiha might like you. That sexy jutsu, Apollo grinned, he wanted to see it. Neither did Octopops, yeah, but he did Ogle Matabi's Jinchuriki's chest. Naruto let a grin cross his face at that memory. That was one of the best fights ever. Man, too bad Yugito died. What's this? The goddess of the demigod grinned. Mom, take it easy. Piper sighed, don't want to. Oh ho, so he likes older women, does he? No, it's just I would have liked to train with her. Train, Suor, yeah, that's what you meant. I can think of some training to do with a girl like her. Apollo grinned as they showed the image. I am being serious here, it's okay, Naruto. I am sure someone will love you and shall even have dentures, too. Naruto gagged. You're gross. Too old? Okay, narrowing down the age range. We're not talking about how old I like my women. Yugito Ni was around 30. Shut up. And that was when you were 15. So about a good 12 years older as a minimum. Aphrodite nodded. Stop. So, carry the 7, I think he fails at math, Annabeth frowned. I can relate, Percy nodded in sympathy. Where the hell did you get a 7? Add in the 2 kisses with the Uchiha at age 12. Hey. Those do factor in, Apollo nodded. Stop. You stop, I told you I don't want to talk about this anymore No you idiot. Stop, as in, we're here, the love goddess pouted, she wanted to hear more. Naruto scowled and came to a halt. He looked around and scratched the top of his head. What do you mean? I am standing at the base of a mountain. The trio frowned at that mountain. Exactly, we're here. In Oakland? Naruto asked. Close enough to it, Kurama said. Your half-sister told you she was at the top of a mountain, right? Yeah, so? Think, Naruto, think. You're smarter than this. He is, Athena insisted. You said that quite fast. Silence, Barnaclebeard. Naruto hummed and looked up at the mountain before looking down at the map in his hand. An idea hitting him, he pulled the edges open and looked over the green and slate-colored paper. We're at the base of Mount Diablo. Thanks, Naruto said as he found the mountain. He traced the mountain to the bay with his finger and blinked. The Bay Area. And Oakland. All in the line of sight from this mountain. Exactly, Kurama said. Your half-sister's father is at the top of the mountain. Easy, Naruto said, smirking. He prepared to jump when the chakra cloak cut out. Hey, Kurama, what gives? Naruto, think about this. If you shot up there glowing like the sun itself, the mortal would be dead in a second, Kurama said. Such a Percy move, Nico shook his head. Hey, the sea child frowned. Naruto winced at that. Yeah, and I am pretty sure Piper wouldn't forgive me if I got her dad killed. Not really, Piper frowned. Your mother would possibly be a bit miffed, too. Naruto looked at his hidden navel and Kurama elaborated. Goddess of love. She probably loves all her children's fathers in their own way. Aphrodite nodded to this. I never thought of it like that. Hey, for the embodiment of hatred that was pretty deep. TCH, don't look too deep into it. Know thy enemy and know thyself. Good call, Athena nodded to herself, who knew what was going on in that love-obsessed head. Naruto just smiled and folded the map up, tucking it away into his back pocket. He cracked his knuckles and ran at the mountain's rocky face, finding some grips before he began climbing, using just a bit of chakra to cover his hands and feet. He was going to go in slow and steady, conserving most of his energy for the rescue and the fight that would most likely follow. All of his rescue missions resulted in some giant fight anyway. I hear ya, Percy nodded. Now he just had to literally fight one. No pressure, Leo said. Oh man, I am not dead am I? Piper asked out loud once she woke up. The last thing she remembered was Aeolus flipping on them with apologies, saying that his orders came from someone higher up. Of course the dream she had before she died wasn't so bad, the fake memory of her and Jason's first kiss. The couple had small smiles at that memory, even if it was fake, it was still a nice one. Piper frowned a bit at the memory and scowled at her surroundings. Medea's Mall, the last place she wanted to see. No, sweetie, you're not. Piper spun around and stared at who had to be the most beautiful woman she had ever seen on the planet. I try, the love goddess smiled, no humility in her voice whatsoever. Not like she would need it. Absently, Piper wondered if the woman was an actress, because she seemed really familiar. The woman was elegant and fashionable without really trying, having a natural beauty that Piper was a bit jealous of. Piper's cheeks pinked as her mother giggled lightly. She smiled and her eyes changed, darkening to purple and then lightening to blue. Her previously chocolate hair lightened to a light red and then darkened again to a balance between amber and a vibrant red. Piper blinked, thinking she imagined it before the woman's features changed again. her face rounding out a bit and then reverting smoothly to the model-like face it was before. Sorry, still cooking, the woman said. You? Cooking? Demeter questioned doubtfully. I dabble. Aphrodite huffed. Aphrodite, Piper said. Mom? Bingo. Aphrodite tapped Piper on the nose with a smile, walking past her to the nearest shop. She stopped and turned to look at Piper. Well, come along, I haven't got all day. Piper numbly followed after her. You're here. Why are you here? I thought Zeus. Don't bring him up, Aphrodite said, rolling her eyes. History repeats itself. Let's hide away so she'll go back to sleep. Brilliant idea, obviously working out for us. Zeus grumbled at that as his family snickered a bit. Who will go back to sleep? Piper asked. Aphrodite brought her palm to her forehead. Sorry, Piper, I am normally much more composed than this. My mind's a bit scrambled since I made my big gambit. I thought you were always a scatterbrain? Artemis Mock gasped. Aphrodite glared at her. Gambit? Piper frowned. All she was getting were more questions instead of any answers. Your brother, Aphrodite said. He certainly is one, Jason admitted. Grabbing a yellow top and holding it up to her chest. A nice deal, but would look dreadful on me. How can anything look dreadful on you? Piper asked. Depends on the body I am working with, the love goddess waved off. And what has Naruto got to do with anything? Natural beauty is so hard to come by, Piper, Aphrodite said. She set the top back on the rack and grabbed a red one. Oh, this is cute. But you're the goddess of beauty, Piper said. How can you not be naturally beautiful? Goddesses can change their appearances with the blink of their eyes, Aphrodite said, smiling as she put the red top away. So finding the right thing to wear is always so hard. I have to know what I'll want to look like at a certain time. Believe me, it's not easy. So true, the Lady of Doves groaned in agreement. I'll take your word for it, Piper said, frowning. What does Naruto have to do with anything? Your older brother has a lot to do with everything. Oh, do tell. Athena inquired with interest. Aphrodite kept looking through clothes. You see, after the most recent fight with the Titans. The second Titanomachy, Piper said. Hephaestus told Leo about it. Humph, taking the fun out of our meeting, Aphrodite said. Anyway, Hera has decided to play a risky game against her husband's wishes. However, I can see her side of it. The gods need the heroes to come together. However, she's putting a lot of faith in two boys who barely have had the same experiences that your brother has. I saved the world, Percy pouted as Hera frowned at Aphrodite. So did Naruto, Annabeth pointed out, and he's older too. Jason and that Percy guy, right? Piper asked. Indeed. Aphrodite smiled as she pulled an orange shirt out that had a small frog on it. Piper looked around, wondering when they wound up in the baby section of the store. Maternal instincts. Hera smirked as Aphrodite smiled too. It was a cute little shirt. You see, Piper, your brother is quite possibly the strongest son I've ever had, rivaling your divine brothers. Bull. Ares fumed. Not really, you've seen what the boy can do. And he's not a god, Athena smugly said. You're kidding. Piper gaped at that. No, and not to brag, but I am fairly certain he's stronger than Zeus, Poseidon's or Hades' children, Aphrodite said. She was smirking proudly at that. The big three frowned at that, as did their children, looking put out. I could take him, Percy said. Did you not see him make a crater? I saw that, Leo said. I could still take him. It was then Piper noticed that the shirt in her hand was gone and they were back in the women's department. Oh yes, Naruto has definitely surpassed Aeneas in strength, but he is not my only strong child this generation. There's another? Piper asked. Yes, Aphrodite said, smiling. She pointed at Piper. I had no idea? Leo gasped and got a mock slap from Piper. It is true, the mother said with pride as Piper smirked at her. Me? Piper fumbled for words. Aphrodite had to be wrong. She was just Piper. Can't run with a dagger without risking impaling herself. Hypothermic prone, ankle-twisting Piper whose dad was kidnapped by a giant. The negativity. Oh hush Hazel, Piper pouted at her friend. No, I am not. I mean, you're strong, Piper, Aphrodite said, cupping Piper's chin. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. You're clever and you're gorgeous to boot. A trifecta if I've ever seen it. A model of love like fury, Annabeth nodded as Piper gave her a sly smile. But Naruto can multiply and do all these ninja things. Aphrodite laughed lightly. You think this makes Naruto one of my strongest? Piper, there has not been a son of mine with a heart as pure as his Ian's. Naruto is strong because he follows his heart and doesn't let anything get in his way. Amen, Percy nodded, liking this Naruto once again over Apollo Naruto. Admittedly he got some of Athena's hubris, but what's a demigod without some pride? Knew it, Poseidon said, getting a flat glare from Athena. Right, Piper frowned, still unsure. Piper. Piper looked up into her mother's eyes. As we speak, your brother has gone to save your father. What? Piper blinked in surprise. The oddest thing, Aphrodite said. She pulled out a blue dress and looked it over before looking back at Piper. After he defeated Laocoon, he got up and left, heading off to California. A misadventure here and there. A hilarious one, Leo snickered. But I overheard him mention your name and the word father several times to himself. Always the hero, much like his own father. Self-sacrificing, of course. That's why Athena doesn't like Percy Jackson. The same fatal flaw as Minato. Athena frowned deeply at that while Percy looked wide-eyed. I thought you all had hubris, Percy asked his girlfriend. Not really, it's just the most common, the daughter of wisdom said. Fatal what? Piper asked. Nothing of importance, Piper, Aphrodite said. She hung the dress back up and they wound up in the potions department. Piper frowned at the red vial that displayed itself so readily to the room, wishing she could grab it and give it to Jason. Right, she doesn't know about it, Jason murmured as Piper pouted. That could have helped them heal from their hypothermia. Now, stop thinking about your boy and listen to your mother, Aphrodite said. She smiled and Piper knew that a blush had crawled up onto face. Aphrodite grabbed a small vial and offered it to Piper. You must meet Naruto at the mountain and give him this. He will give it to Tristan after he rescues him. Right, that potion, Piper sighed sadly. Why can't I do it? I want to help rescue my dad. I know, sweetie, Aphrodite said sadly. This is a task that only one of Athena's can do properly. The giant who holds Tristan is her opponent, you know. Bred specifically to fight her and her kin. And Naruto will slay him, the wisdom goddess smiled. So I wouldn't have a chance, not true. Any demigod with the help of the giant's opponent would emerge victorious, Aphrodite said. It is just easier if you let Naruto take this fight. He will ensure Tristan's safety. Piper, you can put your faith in Naruto. Many have and they have yet to be proven wrong. He is someone you can just believe in, Hazel nodded after seeing just what he can do and how he acts. I do trust Naruto, Piper said. She bit her lip. Will he be okay? I've told you that Naruto is the strongest son I've had in eons, if not the strongest demigod alive today, Aphrodite said. Percy and Jason looked put out by this. He is impressive, Reina added, there was no denying that. Your boy toy, Jason, he's not a boy toy, Mom. I beg to differ. Comes in a close second, but he is hindered by a life he does not remember. Naruto has lived through war that not even Ares has seen, and defeated a being that would be on par with some of the minor gods, if not one as powerful as I. Loath I am to admit it. The rabbit demon? Piper asked. Kaguya Otsutsuki was a daughter of Zeus, Aphrodite said. Zeus' interest was piqued at this while Hera rolled her eyes. Somehow she obtained power that nearly placed her in the same level as her father. Wow, way to go, Poseidon mocked, great, just what they needed. So typical of them, ambitious little, Hera shook her head. Naruto killed Jason's sister, huh, he did. Nico blinked in surprise, not really bothered by that as Zeus had a deep frown on his face. The thought was surreal, impossible even, but it was true. There was nothing else Piper could say, nothing she could think of. Naruto said he had defeated a god, or whatever came close to it, and there was no way Piper could see herself doing the same. I did. Percy commented as Ares glared heatedly at him. Like hell you did, you got lucky you little shit. I am up for round 2. Gladly, no, Zeus frowned as his son seethed at the denial and Percy smirked. Now, Piper looked back at Aphrodite, when you awake, you'll be close to him, but do not join him. This is his test and my own. Wow, no pressure. Unlike you and I. Stress does wonders for Naruto's complexion. Piper made a gag noise while Aphrodite giggled. A bit more than I wanted to hear, Mom. Almost there, Naruto said, pulling himself to the top of the mountain. He stopped on the edge and hung for a second. After adjusting his grip, Naruto pulled himself up to look over the edge covertly. His eyes continued to go up when he found his target. The time is almost on us, human, a deep baritone voice said. The owner chuckled, his dreadlocks dancing atop the bronzed head. Weaved in them were white objects, which Naruto decided were bones and did not want to know where they came from. The 30-foot-tall monstrosity was human in appearance from the waist up. On the other end it was scaly and two draconian feet acted as trunks for the giant, keeping him upright. The human half was protected by gleaming bronze armor and in his left hand was a flagpole staff. There you are, Athena smiled like a predator. Walk into my parlor, the spider said to the fly, Poseidon said, getting a dirty look from his rival. So that's what a giant looks like? Ugly bastard, isn't he? Naruto said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes on Enceladus. He was looking at a man dangling from a crane, his arms chained above his head. Okay, that's scary, Annabeth frowned, if that had been her dad. That had to be Piper's dad. A grunt got Naruto's attention and he looked down, blanching at the 20-something men walking around. Each had 6 arms and wore only loincloths. Piper and Leo gagged at seeing them again, so gross. Well, that just makes it all the more interesting, Kurama said. Again, Naruto remained quiet, returning his attention to Enceladus. 3 hours for your darling daughter to save you, Enceladus said. He smirked, the smile reaching up to the solid marble white orbs that had locked onto Tristan's body. And then, after she has tried, I will kill her. Only then will I allow you to die. Charming fellow for someone who is your bane, Athena, Artemis said flatly. I know, isn't he? That was the worst line I've ever heard. And you fought a guy that spoke in the third person and called himself a good boy. Burned by the fox, Leo snickered. Naruto bit on his lip to keep from laughing. He hated Toby at the time, but now, looking back, the guy was a riot. If only Obito hadn't fallen victim to the curse of hatred, then maybe he would have been like a second uncle to Naruto. The blonde shinobi shook his head, this wasn't the time to think about that. Indeed, I will kill you, your daughter and those 2 heroes, but first I will attend to my guest, Enceladus said, turning to meet Naruto's gaze. Oh, Talia said, spotted. Quick, hide in a cardboard box, Leo cried out. That only works in video games. Frank rolled his eyes. It works, I've done it, well, there goes the stealth route. Never my strong suit anyway, Naruto said. He pulled himself completely onto the mountaintop and settled into a fighting stance. Enceladus arched a brow. Well, aren't you the machismo? Tell me, boy. What brings a young lad like you to a place like this on a day like today? Oh, you know. A casual climb and save the day thing, the usual, Percy shrugged. You've got my sister's dad, Naruto said. His eyes narrowed. I am going to take him back. Are you now? Enceladus chuckled. And how, pray tell, do you plan on doing that, young demigod? There's only one of you? Nonsense, he's a one-man army, Athena smirked. I am never alone, Naruto said. He flipped his hands into his favorite seal and grinned. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The side of the mountaintop Naruto occupied was engulfed in a cloud of smoke that blew away with the breeze, revealing 50 or so clones of the demigod. Enceladus' smirk fell and he gained a stern glare before pointing at Naruto with his finger. Kill him, Earthborn. The 6 armed men ran forward dutifully, yelling incoherently while the clones gave their own war cries. Blood. Ares cheered wildly. Naruto and several of his clones hung back and fell into meditative positions, Enceladus watching carefully. After a moment and about half the clones had fallen. The meditating blondes had gained orange pigmentation around their eyes, which snapped open to reveal the golden eyes of a toad. Now, all of the clones went up in smoke, leaving Naruto alone. He grabbed onto Kurama's chakra and pulled it out. It burned at first, but then the malicious chakra and nature chakra balanced out. Gold and orange flames engulfed him and Naruto glared at the giant with his 4-pointed pupils. Ooh, sexy eyes. Aphrodite said with a giggle. They are, quite the eye-catcher. Was that a joke, Reina? Jason asked, getting a frown. No, I was merely saying it drew attention. He had done this only once before and Kakashi had remarked how his eyes looked like a compass. Humph, a child of Apollo. I wish. Apollo pouted, his Naruto did it like 100 times cooler. Enceladus snorted and pointed at Naruto with a scowl. I am the anti-Athena, boy. You should run off and wait for Orion to show his face. Oh, I eagerly await that. Artemis seethed for what he had done to her hunters over the years. Same, Ares glowered since that nutjob went after his honorary daughters, the Amazons. I am not a son of Apollo. I haven't even met the guy, Naruto scowled. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of Aphrodite, legacy of Athena and next Hokage. A legacy? Enceladus arched his brow. Only a legacy? I am insulted. You should be grateful that's all you get, Athena sniffed since he originally had gotten bested by a Roman of all things. Earthborn. Rid me of this pest. Bring it, Naruto said, bringing his hands up to flip through hand seals. Senpu. Daitopa. Naruto reared his head back as chakra built up before he expelled a giant wave of golden wind from his mouth. The foot soldiers that remained were forced off of Mount Diablo, soaring for quite some time. That was cool, Jason said, wondering if he could do that too. Enceladus narrowed his eyes. How did you do that? Naruto just grinned at him. Bah, no matter. Enceladus spun his spear around and expelled purple fire at the glowing demigod. I may not be the largest of my brethren, but I am the smartest. He brags like you as well. Be silent, Poseidon. Naruto jumped to the side, his eyes on Piper's dad where he was dangling for his life over the edge of the mountain. He had to make a big distraction for this to all pay off. Naruto grinned at the thought and bit his thumb. He ducked down again to avoid another blast of fire, his hands blurring through seals. The left hand slammed down and Naruto shot up. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Enceladus sent a burst of fire to disperse it. From the smoke a deeper voice shouted out. Sweden. Sweden no Jutsu. He gets bested by a toad. Oh, this just far better, Athena grinned. A large ball of water came out and met Enceladus' flames, extinguishing them. The mountaintop shook lightly and Enceladus blinked once the smoke cleared. Naruto grinned and crouched down, patting the 50-foot-tall dark red and blue toad on the head. The toad moved his giant cigarette around and rolled his golden eyes to glare up at Naruto. You summoned me to take care of a shrimp? I am loving this, Piper whispered with a smirk. Hello to you, too, Gamakichi. Still have an ego that matches the size of your head, I see, Naruto said. The son of Gamabunta smirked. Don't insult me. My ego's larger than that. Befitting for the boy's lineage, Poseidon nodded. I quite agree. Hades smirked as Zeus and Athena frowned at that with looks on their faces. What in the depths of Tartarus? Enceladus looked like he was unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The surprised look vanished in a second and he smirked before his dialect matched theirs. Japanese, Interesting. Naruto blinked. Huh, someone speaks it. Why wouldn't he? Gamakichi asked. It's the world language, isn't it? He wishes, Hermes snorted. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Right, world language, gonna have to take some maps back to Konoha with me. Whatever, Naruto. Let's hurry this up so I can go home and play cards with Tatsu, Gamakichi said, reaching onto his back and pulling out his large Tonto. He's got a few packs of my favorite smokes and I want them back. I know the feeling, Ares nodded and glared at his brothers, always winning his stuff. It sucked. Naruto shook his head. Where did I go wrong with you? He's moving. Now, Naruto. Naruto's red eyes locked onto Enceladus as the giant charged forward. Gamakichi blocked the spear with his Tonto, struggling against Enceladus' surprising strength. Naruto jumped up and made his favorite hand seal again. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Your parlor tricks won't fool me, boy, Enceladus said. He turned to keep the score of duplicates away from his lure, but was halted as Gamakichi's tongue shot out and wrapped around his neck. Like licking dirt, Hazel guessed. Or a dragon's backside, Piper said with a grossed-out face. Ares knows what that tastes like, right Ares? Apollo asked, getting a glare. That was a bet, yeah, and you lost. Right? Ares just gave his son brother the finger. I don't think so, asshole, Gamakichi said. He kept the giant in place with all his might, fighting against the giants struggling. Thanks Kichi. One of the many glowing demigods said. His brothers were mostly gathered at the front of the crane, pushing the machine back and away from the edge. The original was climbing the crane's neck to the cable from which Piper's dad dangled. Naruto slid down the cable and balanced himself on the hook. What's going on? Who are you? The movie star hanging above the ground asked. He's helping Dad, just be quiet please. Piper said, not wanting her dad to ask questions and just save the sanity he still had. Name's Naruto. I am here to help, so, don't hit me. Naruto grabbed the rope that was binding Tristan McLean to the crane's hook and pulled it up. He pulled Tristan onto his shoulders without effort and jumped from the hook to the ground. His clones banded together and used the transformation technique to change into a pile of mattresses for him to land on. That's useful. Reina said. Indeed, Aphrodite quirked her lip. Well that was fun, Naruto said, setting the man down. The movie star slumped to his knees, and Naruto followed. Are you okay Mr. McLean? Okay. I was told my daughter was in trouble. A giant kidnapped me and then you show up. Do I look okay to you? Tristan asked. No, he looked horrible then, he probably looks horrible now. Piper sighed, but was thankful that her dad was okay. No, you look like you're about to freak the fuck out. Naruto didn't say it, but it was on the tip of his tongue. Tristan was pale, sweating and had a terrified look in his eyes. Naruto had to wonder just how long had been dangling over the edge of the mountain. No. Wow, what an excellent response, Naruto. That'll reassure him. That's so something Percy would say. I would not, Percy glared at the impish-looking Taliah. There's your answer, Tristan said. Naruto remained quiet as he helped his sister's father out of his binds. The movie star weakly got to his feet and moved off the mattresses, which then exploded into smoke. Tristan rubbed his eyes. First giants, giant frogs. Toads, Naruto said under his breath. And now magic. What's next, gods? Funny story. Aphrodite clapped her hands once with a smile. Naruto decided that now wouldn't be the best time to say he was Piper's half-brother. I can't take it, Tristan said. Sir, I know you're going through a hard time right now, but I need to get you away from the mountain, Naruto said. He made his hand seal and 3 clones appeared next to him, all minus the glowing features he had. They'll get you down and keep you safe. Fine, just get me out of here, he said. Thank you, Naruto, Piper sighed with relief. The clones nodded and wordlessly began to flee the area down the preferred path, leaving Naruto behind to watch them. He waited for a few moments before the mountain shook and he stumbled. He turned around and gaped at the sight before him. You think a mere amphibian can hold me back? Me? The bane of Athena? Enceladus asked, pressing his spear down towards Gamakichi's eye. Giants got game. Leo whistled at taking down the toad dude. The summon boss son was shakily holding him off, but the spearhead was getting too close for Naruto's comfort. Dispel, Kichi. I've got it, you're sure? Gamakichi asked, risking a glance. Naruto nodded and the toad grunted before he exploded into smoke, letting Enceladus drop to his knees. The giant growled as his foe fled and looked at his original opponent. You think you can best me, boy? I've waited an eternity for this. I don't think I can beat you, Naruto said. His comment had Enceladus smirking. Naruto wiped it off his face with his next words. I know I can. There's that hubris again, Percy pointed out as Annabeth poked his side with a pout. Your hubris will be your downfall, boy. Enceladus spat a ball of fire at him. Naruto ducked under it and ran forward, charging head on at the giant. Enceladus sneered. Is this the extent of your abilities? Glowing and making duplicates of yourself? This is just the beginning. Naruto had his hands at his sides and 2 energy arms sprouted from his shoulders, cupping over his hands. Within seconds 2 basketball-sized orbs appeared in Naruto's hands. He ducked under the thrusted spear and brought his hands forward, the chakra cloak extending energy arms out and driving the dual attack into Enceladus' gut. Senjutsu. Udama Rasenrengen. That's got to hurt, Frank winced. Healing, Jason reminded. I know. But still, that thing could grind a boulder to dust. Imagine what it could do to a human? That got some green faces out of the demigod bunch. Though Ares looked greatly interested now. Enceladus skid back from the force of the attack, leaving 2 giant grooves in the ground from his draconic feet. When Naruto released the attack, he grinned as the giant fell to his hands and knees, using his spear to keep him upright. Enceladus took a few deep breaths before he began to chuckle and rise back up. "This just got interesting," Enceladus said, looking down at his rapidly healing stomach. "So not cool," Percy frowned. It was like fighting his half-brother all over again, and that just plain sucked. Naruto grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. "I suppose nothing short of a few Bijudama would obliterate him," Kurama said. "I am still recovering energy, but if you needed to go full-tailed cloak." Naruto silently told Kurama to be quiet. He had sealed away the old man sage's gift in both himself and Sasuke to ensure peace in his homeland. It was part of a treaty and he wasn't about to go and break it for no reason. "He can go get even stronger," Reina muttered in surprise. "Seems so," Annabeth nodded, hearing her shocked tone. "He could take this giant out without resorting to that." "You owe me a new chest plate, boy," Enceladus said, investigating his broken armor with a small frown. White orbs narrowed on the chakra-covered son of Aphrodite and a smirk crawled across Enceladus' face. "I am going to enjoy using your bones to decorate my hair." Naruto's eye twitched. "That was a crack at my mom, wasn't it?" "The fiend. It seems you are a legacy of Athena." "I am so going to enjoy killing you," Naruto said. "I will as well." Athena pursed her lips. Enceladus smirked. "Of course you will. Provided that you get some help." "Enough talking. Start fighting. Go bigger, go harder," Kurama said. "Innuendo." Apollo smirked and get a few laughs. Naruto's hands lifted above his head and again 2 chakra arms sprouted over either hand, one spinning the chakra orb that was forming while the other balanced the nature chakra. Naruto's red eyes narrowed and he forced more chakra into the attacks, making them grow in size. "Nature, animals, all of life, give me your energy," Apollo said in a Goku voice. "Spirit Bomb, nice," Percy grinned. He loved that show as a kid. "You leave yourself defenseless." Enceladus brought his spear back to thrust it forward. Naruto grit his teeth as 2 more hands sprouted from his sides, catching the spear before it could bisect him. "How handy," Leo said as Piper rolled her eyes with a smirk at the poor joke. Enceladus smirked and began pushing, forcing Naruto back. The shinobi dug his feet in, tearing up the mountaintop as he was forced to move. More chakra limbs shot out from Naruto's back and embedded themselves into the ground, acting as anchors. "Impressive, most impressive," Enceladus laughed as he continued to push the demigod back. "I've never felt such a thrill since I fought Athena. I was mostly victorious in all of our meetings on and off the battlefield." "Oh please," Athena glared, "that was not what happened. So readily to defend yourself." Poseidon smirked and got a glare from the goddess before she continued reading. "She was strong like you, but smart enough not to get cornered, unlike you dear legacy." "You lost then," Naruto said, trying to stall for time for his attack to build up. "How? Did she outsmart you?" "Outsmart me? No, boy. She got lucky," Enceladus sneered. "I do not rely on luck," the goddess in question scoffed. Naruto had more chakra arms dig into the ground after glancing behind him. He had maybe 10 feet left before he would be on the edge of the mountain. "A demigod shot his arrow just as she pierced my side. Then she and her brothers buried me under a mountain. I learned from my hubris, I learned patience." "Not enough in my opinion," Athena remarked. "Should we bury her under a mountain?" Apollo whispered to Hermes, who snickered. They both shut up as Athena glared at them, clearly hearing their words. "In a few minutes, one of 2 things will happen. Either these constructs stopping me from killing you fail or the constructs keeping you on this mountain will. Either way, I win. Or I've got option 3. I beat you with my attack." Naruto grinned as Enceladus looked up at the orb in his hands, and then further up to find that the energy arms had extended up into the sky and held a duplicate of the boy. He had thought the attack would be the same as before, but this time, Naruto had pulled his second most powerful attack out. It was 50 feet in diameter and was shaped like a 4-pointed throwing star. "Super size me?" Leo gaped at the thing. "Now that is an attack," Zeus marveled. "A ruse." Enceladus looked infuriated rather than afraid. "You made me believe it would be 2 of the same attacks." "And you fell for it," Naruto said, grinning. "One of my chakra arms had a clone in it." I swapped with the original so he could finish it off. Slick, Hermes whistled. Ingenious, Athena corrected with a smile. Then, you've been keeping me in place. Enceladus' rage grew as 2 arms shot from the ground and wrapped around his arms and ankles. He looked up and purple fire shot from his mouth in a tower, trying to eradicate the original as he jumped down. Futon. Chudama Rasenshuriken. Naruto shouted the name of his attack as he threw it. It parted Enceladus' flames like butter. When the attack hit its mark, Naruto was forced to cover his face as a large blue dome exploded. From the brief glimpse he had of it, it was nearly 100 meters before it dispersed. Wow, the demigod children of the sky awed, wishing they could do that. Okay. Who gave out the mini nukes out without asking? Ares pouted. Yeah. Choke on that one, Enchil, you stupid giant. Naruto grinned at the smoke that had overtaken the mountaintop. Nice taunt, Nico nodded mockingly. Hey, his actions speak louder, Annabeth said in defense of her nephew. His grin fell as an overwhelming feeling of hatred hit him. Die. Naruto. Move. Naruto just barely managed to jump back and avoid being skewered by Enceladus' spear. He landed in a crouch and stared in shock at the panting giant. Enceladus' right arm was gone, along with a good portion of his right side, but it was all slowly reforming. Now that just has to hurt, Frank said with wide eyes. Seriously, that was a lot of damage. Most impressive, Reina nodded in agreement. You think you can kill me? Enceladus asked. Naruto was frozen in place as Enceladus' presence became overbearing. The giant used his spear to stay upright, his right leg still regenerating. Without a god at your side, boy, I am invincible. One downside to fighting a giant, Jason frowned. He took a Chudama Rasenshuriken to the face and survived. This fucker is more slippery than Madara. Hate to see this, Madara, Percy whistled. Naruto could say nothing, he couldn't find his voice. Hey. Snap out of it. Naruto blinked, his eyes losing the sign of a sage and reverting back to the normal slitted reds. He was out of nature chakra. That didn't happen in a lot of his fights. Naruto needed a new plan of attack. He can't risk another Rasenshuriken. Enceladus won't let him try to build any other attacks, and at the rate he's healing, Naruto would have to use at least 3 more Rasenshuriken to take the giant out. The area couldn't give that much natural energy without sacrificing a few innocent lives. Meh. Sacrifices are needed in times of war. Ares waved off, getting some looks from his words. Now, boy, what will you do? Enceladus asked. You can do it, Naruto. Naruto blinked and looked around. That wasn't Kurama. In fact, he couldn't reach Kurama anymore, something was blocking him. Your friend is sleeping now. He has exhausted a lot of energy and I encouraged him to regain it. Athena, the gods said as one as the goddess flushed a little from being figured out so quickly. You knocked him out. Naruto surmised. Who are you? The voice didn't answer. You can win, Naruto. You must believe in yourself, do not let him get inside your head. If he does, you have already lost. Ah, psychological warfare, Ares said with a fond smile. How? Nothing I have works. All my jutsu aren't strong enough and I don't have any weapons. And Chiron said all the gods were locked on Olympus, so even if I had a weapon I don't have one of them at hand. He's got a point, Percy nodded. Then let's fix that. Enceladus' leg finished reforming and he stalked forward, his spear brought up. It has been fun, legacy of Athena, but you are powerless to stop our revenge. Hoot. Naruto looked past the giant and saw an owl roosting beside a gleaming object. Really, sister? Artemis questioned with humor, this is not Harry Potter. Shush Artemis, Athena said towards her sister's playful words. Owls were good signs, signs of wisdom or a sign from Athena. Naruto grinned and ran forward, right between Enceladus' legs. The giant spun and swiped with his spear, kicking the dirt up behind Naruto and causing him to lose his footing. Naruto tumbled for a moment, but came to a stop next to the owl, its large eyes locked onto him. Glaucus, Enceladus' voice growled over to them. I've always wanted to meet him, Annabeth pouted, he looked so small and cute. The owl turned and hissed at the giant, flying off before Enceladus could roast him with purple fire. Athena glowered at that. The giant scowled at the sky. I'll enjoy that meal on another day, Athena. First, I must crush your legacy and make use of his bones. I think he had a bone obsession, Hades remarked. It was getting a tad weird. Naruto reached out and his hands touched the gleaming object obscured by the grass. As soon as his skin made contact with the golden metal, 1,000 ways to use it forced its way into his head and Naruto had a throbbing headache. He started to get back to his knees and used the golden pole to rise up to his feet. He gets to use the spear? Annabeth gaped. Lucky, she whined. Huh, so the spear gives you all your ideas, huh? Ares mocked his sister who smirked. No, I give it mine, she corrected smugly. Enceladus gave pause at the object. No, they locked themselves away on Olympus. They wouldn't have. The owl. That damned avian will feed me for eons. Not this century, you grotesque excuse for a sniveling sycophant, Naruto said. He blinked. Whoa, that was weird. Wow, he just got all sophisticated. Percy blinked. That spear really was terrifying. You may wield her spear, but it is not the same. I will end you, demigod, and all of your kin. Enceladus charged forward with his spear drawn back. Act, never react. The thoughts weren't entirely Naruto's own, a boon from Athena's weapon he supposed absently. Indeed it is, Athena nodded. I want to use it, Annabeth muttered with a pout. Naruto gripped Athena's spear tightly in both hands and settled back into a ready stance. He will thrust forward at my body, but he knows my speed and agility are more than enough to avoid it. His cheeks are purpling slightly, must be a sign of him building up fire. He'll probably try to roast me rather than skewer me. A constant stream, so he only has to swivel his head and open his mouth. His arm is missing, only back to the elbow. He'll fake to his right, but instead go left, right at the spear. It'll act as a bridge, a clear path to his head. Then I will strike. Then I will win. That thing's mad scary, Leo gulped as the others nodded. Reina could see why the Romans want to weaken Athena by taking her statue. She truly was a war goddess. Enceladus' spear shot forward and Naruto moved to the right. He jumped back to the spear when the giant opened his mouth and spewed a stream of purple fire. Naruto used his chakra to run up Enceladus' spear, and jumped when Enceladus tried to shake him off. He brought Athena's spear back over his head with both hands and drove it forward into Enceladus' chest, because the giant stepped back when he was in the air. Excellent, Athena smiled. I did that, Jason commented, but he almost blew up in the process. Enceladus cried out, his fire cutting out at the pain. Naruto didn't release the spear, not fully, and instead used his free hand to make a normal Rasengan. It's not an arrow, but it will have to do, he said. Naruto slid down the shaft of Athena's spear, bringing his Rasengan forward to drive it into the same wound. No. Enceladus began to break apart, cracks emerging from the point of entry. He glared at Naruto. I will kill you, demigod. I will erase your existence. He wishes, the goddess gloated over her legacy's victory. Not today, Naruto said. He put his feet on Enceladus' chest and pushed back, pulling Athena's spear out as the giant began to build fire up in his mouth. Naruto jumped off just as purple flames escaped the cracks forming on Enceladus' body. No. Mother. Help me. Enceladus began to crack and crumble as he stumbled back to the edge of the mountain. He lost his footing and fell. Sorry, mommy's not listening, Leo smirked at the giant's lose. Naruto raced to the edge just in time to see Enceladus' body explode in a blaze of purple. The chakra shroud expelled itself and Naruto was forced to release Athena's spear from sheer exhaustion. It is draining for a mortal. Athena nodded. It was a godly weapon after all. The increased wisdom was exhausting enough for a mortal mind. He fell back to the dirt, black edging its way into his vision. Just before his eyes closed, he felt a shadow encase his body. And once more, Naruto dreamed. Nap time, Nico nodded, those were important. Athena held the book with a smile, it was an excellent fight. Who's next? Hermes asked, doing a quick text message. Me. Aphrodite smiled, eagerly taking the book about her baby. Let's get started, Aphrodite smiled. Wake up, Naruto. Naruto groaned and rolled onto his side. Later, Kurama, my head hurts. He's got a point, Mr. 9. It ain't chillin' time. Fool, ya fool. Is that rapping? Leo asked. We've talked about that rapping. Don't be hatin' on me, Gyuki. It is. Apollo beamed. Octopops. Naruto sat up with a groan, rubbing his eyes. He dropped his hand and took in his surroundings. A dimly lit cavern was where they were, but it was large enough to house the 9 biju, each about 3 times the size of Gamabunta. I want to collect them all, Ares beamed. Behind him, ever loyally watching over him, was Kurama. He was putting a tough act on, but Naruto could tell that Kurama was exhausted still. Isn't that cute? Hazel smiled a little. A tough guy, huh? To his immediate right was the 8-tailed biju, Gyuki. The Hachibi was an Ushi-Oni, a beast with a bull-like head, but his left horn was shorter than the right. Gyuki had a strong torso and 8 octopi-like tentacles that acted like his tails. Ooh, Poseidon said with interest. He stood just as strong as Kurama, though just a bit smaller than his brother. Just like Poseidon to Zeus, Athena said with snide. Poseidon scowled as Zeus smirked at that. Standing in front of Gyuki was a muscular dark-skinned man with platinum blonde hair and a goatee. Oval sunglasses hid his eyes, and on his left cheek was a tattoo in the shape of a horn, representing the beast he held within him. He dressed in white armor as seen in Kumogakure, the village in the clouds, but with a twist that made him more hip. Now that is a fly kind of guy, Apollo whistled. There were 2 swords strapped to his back and a large bandaged sword resting at his side. Samahata, the shark scale sword, it was the Mon's second strongest weapon, not counting the biju forms. Ares gleamed. I want that, he said after seeing it. Ares, enough, Hera scolded. But Mom, no, now shush, the Queen of Heaven said, making her warring son pout. This was Kurabi, aka Killer Bee, or as Naruto affectionately called him, Octopops. You know, he may not be as tired if he had the lucky number 7 sealed inside him, said a buzzing voice. Naruto chuckled while Kurama growled at the 7-tailed rhinoceros beetle. Shomei, the Nanabi, was always so laid back and calm whenever they spoke. He seems like a cool dude, Apollo rubbed his chin, liking his number. I believe Kurama did an admirable job protecting him, a soft, yet deep, voice said. Kurama huffed, not saying thank you but acknowledging the 6-tailed slug's words. Saiken was mostly quiet, only speaking when spoken to or when he felt it necessary. A similarity he shared with Tsunade's slug summons. Lots of different kinds it seems, Artemis commented with interest. If he had done a good job, we wouldn't be meeting now, said an irritated voice. Quell your anger, Kakuo, Gyuki said to the dolphin horse. Kakuo huffed but remained quiet, his 5 tails swaying lightly in annoyance. I like that one, Poseidon said as Percy nodded with him. I am sure Kurama has a good reason. He could have told us before Naruto awoke, said a deep voice to Kokuo's left. The red 4-tailed monkey named Son Goku. So, we have a Super Saiyan, huh? Percy questioned, and Annabeth rolled her eyes at his love for that show. Was sitting in a meditative position and watching Naruto carefully. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you lost weight, Naruto? Oh, good, I wasn't the only one to notice. A light chuckle escaped the turtle-like Isobu. He spoke even less than Saiken, and was often seen as the most caring of the 9 as well as the most innocent. Lot of them are my symbols and domain, the sea god said, looking pleased with himself. Oh, get over yourself, Hades rolled his eyes. You're just jealous is all. The middle brother smirked. Ma, I think Naruto-san looks fine. A proper tomcat, said the Nekomata to Isabu's left. Matabi's green and yellow eyes were looking at Naruto like he was a kitten, making him pout lightly at the maternal care the Nibi showed him. Matabi was respectful, but she was far more overbearing than he would have liked. She stuck around Konoha for at least 2 months before going her own way after the war ended. Tomcat indeed, Aphrodite smiled as she was liking the cat Biju already. He certainly hasn't gotten smarter, look at the dumb look on his face. A cackle escaped the Ichibi. Those of wisdom frowned at that. The tanuki made of sand named Shukaku was mad, much in the way Dionysus would approve of. Oh really now? Dionysus wondered. He often tried to pick fights with his brothers just for the hell of it, but would grow bored mid-fight and find something else to do. I like him the best, Ares grinned wildly. Shut up, Shukaku, the other 8 said in Naruto's defense. Naruto smiled at that, happy his friends were so willing to stand up for him, even if Shukaku was just playing around. Now that Naruto is awake, I believe we can begin, Kurama said. The other Biju looked to him, while Naruto was helped to his feet by Kurabi and received a fist bump. Several weeks ago, Naruto was abducted by a goddess from his own living room. What? And you allowed this to happen? More like had no choice, Aphrodite snorted. Silence. Kurama flared his power, quelling the anger of Matabi and Chome. I was still recuperating from being reunited with my other half. I knew I should have stayed in Hai no Kuni, Matabi said. Quiet, Matabi. Let Kurama continue, Yuki said. His white eyes turned to Kurama's red. After all, I am sure there's a reason he allowed his Jinchuriki, our new sage, to be taken from us. Kurama snarled at the accusation. You filthy little sea urchin. Poseidon scowled at the words as his siblings snickered. Kurama, Yuki, stop. Naruto had the two strongest staying put with just his words. Yuki, like Kurama said, he was still in recovery hibernation. He's only just woken up and has probably a third of his full power at his disposal. Only a third? Let's fight and see who is stronger, Kurama, Shukaku said. Definitely the Aries of the bunch, Hermes said, getting a smirk from the war god. I still have enough to beat each and every one of you into the ground. Kurama was on his haunches again, ready to fight if need be. So the Zeus, Hades said in a dry tone, getting nods all around. The king of the gods fumed at that with flared nostrils. Kurama, don't encourage him. Naruto glared at the growling kitsune until he was sitting back down. He turned to look at the rest of the room. And you guys are no better. Listen to my full story and then speak. Fine, Kakuo said, glaring at Kurama and then looking irritably at Naruto. Speak quickly, Naidame Sennin, I wish to return to my forests. You will, Naruto said. He then began to recount everything he had learned. Like Kurama, the tailed beasts were shocked by the discovery of a larger world and of the Greek gods. They all shared a look when Naruto told them of his parentage, and pieces of answers to many of their questions about him began to click together. This changes everything, Saiken said, summing up a lot of what the others were thinking. Kurabi nodded, then whispered something to his sword. Samahata began shuddering and shaking, a rhythmic sound coming from the scales as they shuffled in tune. I want that, Percy said under his breath. He loved Riptide, but that looked really cool. Ares glared at him. Wait your turn, Jackson, I saw it first. Kurabi nodded his head to a beat and it soon filled the room, making the Biju groan. Apollo started to beatbox a tune, getting groans. Yo. Say. Ho. Gods rule above and below me, but nothing can stop the mighty Lord Killer Bee. Ain't nobody, immortal, dead or alive, can stop my power that resides inside. The people love us Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto is their favorite word jockey. But when it comes to da real raps, ain't no one can top me. Why? 'Cause I am the mighty Killer Bee. Someone's full of themselves, Athena frowned. I wonder if he's a child of someone, Artemis said, looking at her twin. Apollo beamed. Hey, if he was, that'd be awesome. That was slick, Octopops. There ain't no doubt you can be topped. Think of this though, when you're writing in your book, I am the one where everybody looks. You might be the best, this is true, but I am way cooler than you. Naruto grinned as he got into the rap spat. My baby has mad skills, Mom, Piper palmed her face. No, that was good, Apollo supported. They did it all the time on the giant turtle island. Don't be joking like that, Mr. Nine. You're not that cool, you're not even fine. It's not all their eyes on me that I want, it's their ears that ought to be taught. The words I say aren't meant to be seen, so it don't matter if I am clean. I'll be on stage using my greatest tool, so don't try to challenge me, fool ya fool. Good point, Apollo nodded sternly in agreement. I'd rather be a fool. Enough. Kurama wrapped the tip of his tail around Naruto's mouth, making the boy struggle against it. Ah, but it was getting good, Shukaku said with a whine. I know, Apollo whined too, stopping his beatboxing. Don't encourage them, please. Yuki rubbed the side of his face with a groan. It's one thing when it's just B, but both of them. My head will split. I'll take your word for it. Sun gave Naruto a wink and Naruto grinned back behind Kurama's tail. He was a silly monkey. Now, there are otherworldly forces out there, do we have to fear from them? Yes, Ares said as the others just shook their heads at his behavior. Kurama released Naruto's mouth and after giving his friend a mild glare, he answered. No, the gods have decreed that our home, the former island of the Latoids. Hi, yeah, that's us. Apollo smiled while Artemis gave her own small one. The twin god and goddess, correct? Isobu asked. Yes, Isobu. Apollo and Artemis. Naruto nodded. Apollo is the god of the sun and Artemis is, well, the goddess of the moon, Shomei said. The Biju collectively shivered at that. Even if the Shinju's body didn't create the moon, it was still up there and it was enough to give them a good scare every now and then. The what? Percy asked as they were shown an image. Oh, wow. He trailed off as everyone gave a small shudder to that thing. And she's the goddess of the hunt. She won't come after you because you're not game, so unless you guys plan to test your luck against her, and no, Shukaku you're not allowed to. Ah, the giant Tanuki looked like he had just been kicked. Definitely the Ares of the bunch, Athena shook her head. Hey, Ares glared, no dissing his new favorite thing, not cool. She'll probably leave you alone, Naruto said, finishing his earlier thought. Maybe, I don't know, I haven't met her. I don't want to meet him. You just like Apollo Naruto more, the love goddess rolled her eyes. Shut up, Artemis frowned. But you have met your mother, right? Matabi asked. Naruto grinned. Yeah, twice now. It's so cool that my mom's a babe. Pretty much, the love goddess said with smug, and a goddess? Son Goku asked. Yeah, that too. At least you have one parent alive, Matabi said, purring while her tails waved idly back and forth. Now tell us, Naruto-san, have you found a girl yet? I really like her, the Lady of Doves giggled. Matabi, now isn't the time to pry into Naruto's personal life. Kakuo gave his sister a dry glare while Naruto sputtered and flushed at the direct question. She hissed at him for intruding on her fun and he arched a proverbial brow. He's not even your original Jinchuriki, you should leave these sorts of things to Kurama. Yugito-san placed her trust in him alongside us, so I will watch over him like he is, Matabi said. Her emerald and golden eyes gleamed as her blue flames danced mirthfully. Besides, don't act all high and mighty. I saw you release some steam when Kurama told you he had been abducted. Horses are loyal like that, Percy nodded as Poseidon beamed at his words. That was because without Naruto I would be hounded to be used as a weapon, Kakuo said. Ares hummed at that while his horse-making uncle glared at him. Both of you, stop it, Naruto said. He rubbed his head as the two looked back at him. Look, I've told you everything that I learned. I guess I need you guys to keep this on the down low and keep them from coming after me. I still have issues coming to grip with some things, so if any of the cages find out about this. Not like they can do anything about it, Zeus huffed. It could be very problematic, Yuki said. He nodded. I will have B tell Isama what we have learned and that the Biju will be on patrol. Do we have to? Yes, Kakuo. Saiken lightly swatted the grumbling dolphin horse. This'll be fun, Shomei said with a buzz. His wings fluttered. Nay, Naruto. If you need a lift, call the lucky number 7. I'll pick you up in a pickle. I really like that one, the sun god smiled. He was just so chill. You have us at your disposal if you need us, Naruto, Sun said in agreement. He got to his feet and held his fist out to the blonde. Saiken and Isobu stepped forward, their tails resting on his fist. Kakuo snorted before doing the same and Matabi followed suit, placing her paw against Sun's. Yuki pressed his against Sun's other side and Shomei put his insect-like leg atop the Ushiona's fist. Kurabi went over to the fists and put his in. Kurama growled in annoyance at Shukaku, who pushed his against Matabi's, before joining in. Team huddle. Leo called out. Naruto grinned and pressed his fist against Kiribati. Alone we are strong, but together we're unstoppable. Like a legion, Reina nodded, getting smiles from the Romans. Hey, didn't need a rap to tell you that, Mr. 9, Kurabi said. Thank the sage, Yuki said under his breath, making his brethren chuckle or smirk. We await further word from you, Naruto, Sun said. Naruto nodded and the world went white. Kurabi yawned and stood up, stretching as he did. He was glad to know that his buddy was okay. The haughty Tsunade had been getting antsy about Naruto's absence and it had been doing the same to E. He feared that a fifth war would break out should Naruto go missing for too long. Woo! Ares whooped as Frank palmed his face. Which is exactly why you should hurry to his office and tell him to summon the alliance leaders, Yuki said. Ah, we're in agreement on that, Hachibi-sama, Kurabi said. He rolled his arm to loosen it up. Afterwards, he held his hand out to the large mass of scales that was sitting at his side. Samahada's mouth opened and chattered before its handle jumped into his hand. Yeah, I hear you bro. Things be getting strange for our boy, Naruto. Oh for the love of the sage. And order, Artemis sighed, knowing how the Biju felt as she glimpsed at her twin in annoyance. Naruto didn't wake up immediately after his meeting with the rest of the Biju. Instead he found himself in a library. Eyes went to Athena, who had a passive face. A big library, at that. Naruto wandered around for a bit, trying to find the exit. While doing this, his eyes wandered over the book titles he walked past. There were a lot of history books on war in what he supposed was the West Wing. Athena nodded while Ares grunted. War was supposed to be done, not read. And in the east were several books on weaving, tapestry and all sorts of architecture. Annabeth looked interested now. To the south was a bunch of biographies and other random things, but it was in the north that Naruto found his choice of literature. The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. Naruto grabbed the copy of his favorite book and opened it. He read through the pages with a smile on his face. He was named after the hero of this book, after all. That one seems like a fun read, Hazel commented as did the other reading lovers. Naruto turned the page and cheered his namesake on as he fought against a horde of samurai. Man, Ero Sennin wrote such a good book, why didn't anyone pick it up? It was too idealistic for the time. And here she comes, here comes Athena, she's a demon on wheels. Apollo sang and got a withering glare from his brainy sister. Naruto jumped slightly and turned, book closed and ready to be thrown. Beware, Percy nodded. Annabeth was deadly with a book. Behind him stood a woman whose beauty rivaled his mother's. Aphrodite clicked her tongue, getting a smirk from Athena. Her hair was as dark as the night sky and looked like it was softer than silk. Her skin was fair and lightly tanned, contrasting perfectly with the charcoal business attire she wore. But it was her eyes that captivated him the most. The same shade of gray as Annabeth's, but instead of 1,000 thoughts, perhaps millions were going through her head at once. I try, Athena said in a humble tone, getting a snort from her rival. It reminded him of the look in his dad's eyes when they fought against Madara. Athena. Naruto gaped and relaxed as she smiled at him. Hello Naruto, Athena said. Hi, can I call you Grandma Athena? No good, we're in sync. Athena nodded and glared at Apollo, no jokes. Ah, please? No, how about Athena Bon? Athena frowned slightly. No Athena Oba. He's not going to let this go, is he? Athena pursed her lips as her daughter giggled lightly. Just Athena will do, Naruto. Fine. Naruto wasn't stupid. He knew when to let a battle go. And he would let this battle go, for now. That got a few sniggers as Athena shook her head. His grandmother would not win this war. Well, see about that. Thanks for letting me use your spear. I only did what was needed to be done, Athena said. She turned and began walking, Naruto following swiftly after her. She turned and gave him another small smile. You did well. Athena giving praise, Poseidon said in an odd voice, getting a scowl from his rival. Thanks, you could have done better, Athena said. And now for the criticism, Hermes said under his breath. Naruto pouted and her smile turned upward into a smirk. When Enceladus was reforming you would have had enough time to make a few Rasenshuriken. It would have hindered him even more and given you time to think up a strategy. Perhaps you could have prayed to me or, your mother, for help rather than waiting for me to fight my way into your head. Well, he's never really needed to pray for help before, Piper pointed out, getting nods of agreement. Yeah, but, Naruto struggled to come up with a good rebuff that would get her off his case. Athena chuckled. You could have done better, but you got it done, and that is what matters. I wished to congratulate you in person. Glaucus sends his regards, as well. So lucky, Annabeth pouted. That was the owl, right? Naruto asked. The little guy sure was a help. Distracting Enceladus for a brief moment was enough for Naruto to get his wind back. Yes, that was my owl, Athena smiled proudly. He was insistent on getting the spear to you. I believe he knew that you needed a sign and a moment to catch your breath. He was right. Just as his owner, Athena smirked, getting eye rolls. Does he take sacrifices? Naruto asked. Athena arched a brow and gave him an amused smile. No, but a prayer of thanks wouldn't be objected to, I am sure. That'd be like thanking the original Pegasus every morning for riding blackjack, Percy muttered. I'll do that as soon as I wake up, Naruto said. So Gr. Athena, not that I am not grateful or anything, but was there another reason for your visit? You should be careful how you address me, Naruto. The same with the other gods. We don't tolerate disrespect, Athena said. Yep, Percy said, getting some looks since he didn't do much respecting unless he wanted to. No offense, but I don't just give respect out. Naruto crossed his arms stubbornly. You have to earn mine. Everyone's equal, human, animal or god. Loving this one way more, Percy grinned. Apollo Naruto could go suck it. This was his kind of Naruto. I see. And have I earned your respect? Well, yeah. You're my dad's mom. Naruto grinned. But that means your family, and family is family. I should be allowed to be me when I am around family. Good point, Jason nodded, wishing he could do that with his dad. Athena blinked. That's a rather logical argument. It's finally happened, Silence fish face, the goddess scowled. She smirked. I suppose I won't smite you, then. Right, smiting, that's a thing. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Sorry. It's fine. Just try to remember that the gods are stingy and not all are as lenient as myself. Like Poseidon, for instance. He's more likely to drown you than save you. Oh, you conniving little. Poseidon glared. Hey, Athena smirked at his anger. Naruto nodded to that and the goddess gained a small smile. Athena stopped walking and grabbed a book from the shelf. She offered it to Naruto and he took it. The main reason I have come to you, Naruto, is because I wanted to see what my son's child with Aphrodite was like on a first-hand basis. My invading his dreams, Hermes nodded. Naruto looked at the book in his hands. This is the book Anna Oba has. I would hope so. This library is a projection of all the things I have knowledge of, Athena said. Oh my gods, Annabeth gasped. She wanted to see it. Oh, she just had to. You've got a lot of time on your hands. Immortality has its boons, Athena said. She tapped the cover of the book in his hands. In this are Minato's strategies in the Third War, his policies in government, and his greatest achievements documented by myself. When you awake and return to camp, I want you to study it thoroughly. Oh no, not a pop quiz, Percy said in horror. That's a lot of studying, Naruto said under his breath as he flipped through the book. I don't suppose you have some copies to send to us. I have a trick that lets me learn things faster. I am aware of it. I want them to continue the usual studies. You personally must study this one. Athena gave him a stern glare that had Naruto nodding somberly. While the clones are all well and good, to personally do it is far greater in the end, Athena nodded. She let up on her glare just slightly. Good. You are a smart boy, Naruto. Minato would be proud of you. What father wouldn't be? Aphrodite smiled softly. I know, Naruto said, smiling. He closed the book and offered it back to Athena. She did not take it, instead looked outside the nearby window. He followed her gaze and saw distant dark clouds rolling in. Zeus is aware that I am manipulating your dream. He's honing in on me, Athena said. I know the feeling. Hephaestus nodded in agreement. She looked back at Naruto, her brilliant gray meeting his bright blue. Olympus is closed to the world, Naruto, but I have a feeling that Morpheus will push for Zeus to open it once more. Eyes turned to Zeus, who glared right back. One last piece of advice. Beware Jason Grace. He cannot be trusted. Hey, Jason frowned as the Romans frowned. Hera did as well at the slight to her champion. Athena sniffed. It was sound advice for her legacy. What? Why not? Naruto asked, frowning. Sure, Jason was a son of Zeus and was probably falling for his sister. Jason flushed as Piper smiled brightly at that. But there wasn't anything really bad or untrustworthy about him. Exactly, Jason nodded. Trust me, Naruto. Jason Grace is not to be trusted. Not with your secrets or with Minato's. Especially Minato's. Keep your father's work safe, Athena said. Yeah, Romans getting ninja strategies would not be good while we're in fighting, Annabeth nodded in agreement since she didn't trust Jason at first either. The booms of thunder got louder and the world around him started to darken significantly. Naruto watched as Athena seemed to fade away. Wait, Athena. What's happening that's caused Zeus to close Olympus? Why can't I trust Jason? You're not making any sense. Be wise in your coming battles, Naruto Uzumaki. Athena. Naruto sat up. There was a sharp beeping and Naruto winced, looking down at himself and finding a smock covering his body and cords hanging on the outside of his eyes. He reached up and grabbed the sensors that were sticking to his forehead, peeling them off with a groan. When that was done, he reached into his smock and did the same thing to the ones on his chest. He's in a hospital, huh? Apollo rubbed his chin. After that fight, I would think so, Hermes told him. Then a flat line appeared on the machine and within moments a few nurses rushed into the room. Sir, you need to lay back down, one said. Not happening, Naruto said, grabbing the IV in his arm and pulling it out. A queasy feeling overcame him as he looked at the needle and he quickly tossed it out of his hand. Naruto looked around. Where are my clothes? Sweetie, you don't need them. Mom, stop it. We can't give them to you yet. You need to be released by your guardian, the nurse said. Sir, you need to lay back down. You have a concussion and we have some very troubling readings from the machine. Lady, trust me, I am fine, Naruto said, jumping off of the bed and stumbling before the nurse helped him get back to his feet. I feel like I am going to puke. I told you to lay back down. Concussions are no joke. I'll go tell the man who brought you in that you're awake, she said, helping him back to the bed. Who brought him? Frank asked. Maybe, my dad, Piper guessed, it was possible. Good. I need to have a few words with him. Naruto glared at one nurse who grabbed the IV. Get that away from me. That's not, the nurse was quieted and all of them hurried out when Naruto repeated himself. Charm's peak at its finest, Aphrodite giggled. When they were gone, he flopped back down to the bed and held his head. Where the hell have you been? Not so loud, headache, Naruto groaned and squeezed his eyes shut. I've been trying to wake you up for an hour now. Got lost, had to talk to, Athena. Lost in his own head, Nico snickered. Just settle in then. I don't like that she can separate us. Believe me, I know, Naruto said, frowning a bit. You know what? Naruto looked over to see Piper's dad walk in, his wrists bandaged. Piper smiled but soon paled, he still remembered. Nothing, just talking to myself, Naruto said. He scooted up in his bed to sit and looked at the man. So, you brought me here? After your clones vanished I was afraid something happened to you, he said. He walked forward and offered his hand. I never properly thanked you for saving my life, Tristan McLean. Go dad. Piper smiled once again as Aphrodite sighed a little. Naruto smiled and took the offered hand. Naruto Uzumaki. I am a friend of Piper's. Do you know where she is? Tristan asked, looking a bit worried. Naruto shook his head. We got separated on a field trip. She's been worried sick about you. Like you wouldn't believe, the charm speaker frowned. She was never in danger then, Tristan said. He scowled. Jane is so fired. Piper cackled. Who? Naruto asked, playing dumb. My assistant. She's the one that told me Piper was being held hostage. I used the same cover for the authorities after you were brought in, but when I get through with her. Hey, the important thing is that you're safe and Piper's safe. There's no reason to bring violence into it, Naruto said. He grinned and winced. Trust me. Violence can only solve so much. Lies. Ares cried out. Tristan sighed and sat down in the chair next to the bed. I suppose you're right. I was just so worried. I never wanted to send her to that damn school either. Why did you send her? Naruto asked. He hadn't heard a lot about his sister's past, but he knew she didn't like the school. She was stealing things constantly, and then was trying to play it off like she hadn't, Tristan said. Not my fault. Piper crossed her arms, looking at her smiling mother. Sounds like that charm language. Naruto nodded in agreement to Kurama. Well, did you ever think about why she did it? The doctor said she was a kleptomaniac, Tristan said. She tried to swipe one of his plaques. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose. Mr. McLean, I am an orphan and trust me when I say Piper is not a thief. I've had a A not too pleasant past and regret a few things I've done. But some things I did and got in trouble for was because I wanted people to look at me and notice me. Piper, is this true? Leo frowned at her, getting the girl in question to roll her eyes. Ha ha, Leo. I try, beauty queen. You think Piper was doing this for attention? Tristan asked. If I had a dad that was always busy, I'd want to get his attention somehow, Naruto said. He smiled lightly at the thought of being on the receiving end of his father's stern look after a prank while his dad sat behind the Hokage desk, still in his prime. That would have been nice. It's not nice, Hermes and Apollo said as Zeus glared at them. Tristan rubbed his face. Oh, I should have seen it. I made it worse by shipping her off to school without even considering it. She must hate me. No, Dad, I could never, Piper said with a frown at him even thinking that. I don't think it's possible for Piper to hate you. Naruto chuckled at the idea. Tristan smiled again. Thank you. A lot of things make sense, but I still have some questions. A sharp tapping at the window cut him off and they turned to look at it. Naruto beamed when he saw the reason why. Mew. Geez. Got a GPS on her or what? Leo whistled. It's that Bond thing, Nico pointed out, still weird. The eagle tapped urgently at the window again and he slowly got out of bed, ignoring the throbbing in his head as he did. He went to the window and slid it open. The golden eagle fluttered in and rested on the bed, looking at Tristan curiously before dipping her head, as if she were accepting his presence. Naruto went back to the bed and lightly stroked Mew's beak. Boy, are you a sight for sore eyes. I am so glad you're okay, Mew. The eagle chirped and nuzzled against his hand, crooning at his touch. I take it you know this eagle? Tristan asked. Yeah, Mew's probably my best friend here, Naruto said, smiling as he continued to stroke Mew's beak and let her settle into a perch on his leg. He feared the worst when Lycaon had thrown her through the fire. Indeed, Zeus frowned. Right, Mew. My father would think you have some sort of spiritual connection with her, Tristan said, having a distant look on his face. You could say that. Piper giggled at just how right her father was. Something like that, Naruto said, lightly stroking the feathers on the back of Mew's head with a smile on his face. He looked down at Mew's leg and found a rolled-up piece of paper tied around it. What's this? Mew let him untie the note and went back to cleaning her feathers, satisfied that Naruto had given her enough attention. Naruto unrolled the paper and read the note aloud. Naruto. Quest done. Full story later. Need to come in. Urgent, Piper. Wait, we don't get to read how awesome we were. Leo gasped, so not fair. We know what happened, Leo. Jason told him. Not the same, the Latino pouted with a grumpy look. Piper? Tristan asked. He rushed out of the room before Naruto could stop him. Naruto looked at Mew with a sigh. Great. Now how am I going to get out of here? Naruto asked her. Mew tilted her head before she resumed cleaning her feathers. Naruto chuckled. Thanks for the advice. On my own, huh? Naruto eyed the window with a grin on his face. He's going to jump, Hazel pointed out in mock horror. Get the firefighters, Leo exclaimed. Piper looked nervously back to where Jason, Hedge and Leo were hanging out by a smoothie shop. After they had saved Juno and she had brought Jason back from death with her charm speak. Thanks for that, Jason smiled at Piper. No problem, Sparky, she kissed his cheek. They had obeyed Juno's advice to follow the eagle. Leo had built a rather impressive and intricate go-kart that ran on his heat from the remains of his helicopter. I am awesome like that, the pyro grinned. They followed Mew to Highland Emergency. Mew found a scrap of paper and dropped it in Piper's hands, which she interpreted as writing a message for Naruto. Pipes. Piper looked to the front door and her heart stopped for half a second. Her dad was alive. Naruto did it. He saved her dad. She was worried that her dad would be in the hospital in a coma or something or worse. Naruto would be dead along with her dad. So little faith in your big brother, Aphrodite frowned. I was worried, Piper argued with a pout. She was glad they were both safe. She took a few steps before she was pulled into the tightest hug she's ever been in. Dad, she finally said, wrapping her arms around his neck and hugging him back. I am sorry, he said. It was so soft that Piper barely managed to hear it. I am so sorry, Pipes. If I had known. Dad, it's okay. Piper said. She pulled away and her dad reluctantly let her feet touch the ground again. You were tricked by Jane, but you're safe. The giants won't hurt you anymore. Oh yeah, Piper nodded. Piper, I am not talking about that, her dad said. He put his hands on her shoulders. I am sorry for never believing you. What? Piper asked, blinking in surprise. All those times you were caught stealing, you aren't a thief. You're a neglected child, and I am so sorry I put you through that, he said. Ah, Aphrodite sighed, like something melted in her ribcage. His thumb brushed across her cheek and he smiled at her. You're my daughter, Piper. Never forget that first and foremost I am your father. I love you. I love you too, Dad, Piper said, biting her lip. The potion in her pocket felt like lead. Oh yeah it would, Piper frowned. She hated what she had to do, especially after what they just went through. Dad, I need you to do something for me. What is it, Pipes? Tristan asked. Piper bit on her lip. Dad, I need you to. Look out below. Piper looked up and gaped as from a window on the far right, about 6 stories up, fell a very familiar blonde. Naruto landed with a crash atop a very expensive-looking car, driving the roof inward. That poor Maserati, the guys exclaimed with pained looks. Piper ran to the car and a few people started to follow. Is he all right? Tristan asked, coming up alongside Piper. Naruto groaned and sat up, popping his back into place. That was probably the worst escape from a hospital I've ever done, he said. Tristan and Piper watched him climb off the car with wide eyes. He stretched his arms above him and groaned. Oh, yeah, that feels better. He's fine, folks, Nico nodded. Yeah, that wouldn't freak anyone out. Sir, are you all right? A doctor asked, running up to them. I am fine, aside from a splitting headache, but that'll go away in a bit, Naruto said. He smiled at Piper and Tristan. Hey Imouto. Mr. McLean. Ready to go? He's not that good at, being discreet, is he? Hazel laughed awkwardly. Not that I can see. Reina stated. What am I going to do with you, Naruto? Piper asked, rubbing her head. She had to give her dad the medicine now, before he goes insane like Jason's mom. He's doing far better, Talia said in a snide tone as Jason frowned a little. You can clone yourself, beat up giants, glow like the Human Torch and survive falls from 6 stories, Tristan said. He put his hand on Naruto's shoulder and led him away along with Piper. Come on, before the news gets here. He's taking it rather well, Annabeth admitted and Piper frowned. If he gave him some time, could he still have remembered? Great, now she was stuck with a huge what if. It took a while for him to get his clothes back, but Naruto eventually did thanks to Tristan, who knew that being rich and famous and having access to the best lawyers around could be so useful. Has its perks, Piper shrugged. Naruto readjusted his coat and then whistled, letting Mew roost on his shoulder once again. He looked at Piper, who was talking softly with her dad in a booth in the smoothie shop. So, how'd your fight go? Leo asked. The son of Hephaestus was tinkering with his boomstick. Leo rubbed his chin. He needed to make that. Piper said you were going to deal with Enchilada, letting us get to Juno. Huh? Oh, yeah, it went okay, Naruto said. He thought about what Athena told him and frowned a bit. He really could have gotten through that fight if he hadn't frozen up. That killing intent combined with Sage Mode, though, it was too much. His instincts took over. Empathic weakness, Aphrodite sighed as Athena frowned at that. Just okay. No details? Leo asked. Pa, whatever, Hedge said. He was chewing on an aluminum can. Bet the blonde idiot could barely move. Enceladus is a smart bastard. Why that little Athena glared, how dare he say that about her legacy? I didn't do that bad, throw rug, Naruto said, scowling at the satyr. He looked back into the smoothie store and saw Piper pull a vial out of her pocket and pour the contents into her dad's smoothie when he wasn't looking. Slick, Hermes said, giving a thumbs up to Piper as she frowned. He then glanced at Jason. Do you still have the rest of the potion? Yeah, why? You're not hurt, are you? And I've got my memories back, Jason said. He looked like he was trying to sort through it all. It blew Naruto's mind. Jason wasn't Greek, he was Roman. That explained a lot, but it made him wonder why Athena wanted him to be careful around him. Wait until I tell him that story, Annabeth sighed. That was going to be a problem. Gods know how her siblings were edgy with Jason around the first few months. They eventually eased up on him, but were still guarded all the same. Just give me the vial, Flyboy, Naruto said. Jason shrugged and pulled it out of his pocket. He was amazed that the vial hadn't broken in all the fights and crashes that they had gone through. The son of Jupiter gave the vial to Naruto and the blonde nodded. Naruto set his staff against his seat and prompted Mew to save his spot. He missed his staff. It would have come in handy against Enceladus. He carried the vial with him as he went inside. Piper, I can't believe you left your school. Tristan was now chewing Piper out like she had done something wrong and she looked miserable for it. That didn't happen. Piper winced. Wow, he sounds pissed. Naruto agreed under his breath and ducked into the bathroom, using the henge to appear like an overexcited fanboy. He ran back out and right at the McLean's table. Ooh, nice one. Hermes snickered as Aphrodite frowned a little, but Piper was greatly interested now. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Oh my gosh. Naruto bumped against the table and knocked Tristan's smoothie to the floor. Oh no, I am so sorry. Here, let me make it up to you and buy you another. No, it's fine. Naruto left before Tristan could finish. He went to the counter and ordered a small cherry smoothie. Paying the cashier, Naruto then went to the side counter and emptied the rest of the vial into the smoothie before recapping it, grabbing some napkins as he did. He set the smoothie in front of Tristan and asked for an autograph. Tristan gave him a death glare but sighed and did it anyway. He's cool like that, the daughter of love smiled. Naruto smiled and left, going to the bathroom and undoing the henge. He walked back out and went to a nearby table to watch his magic happen. Tristan rubbed his head. Piper, we'll talk about this later. He took the treat set before him and, after replacing the straw with a new one, took a sip. Naruto grinned as he saw the fog lift from his eyes. Yes, Piper beamed. Now she was super curious to deal with her dad knowing who and what she was. Tristan blinked a few times before coughing. The cold smoothie must have counteracted with the burning properties of the healing agent. Pipes. What, did you just try to drug me? Tristan asked, setting the drink down. Busted. Leo snickered as Piper paled. What? Why would I do that, Dad? Piper looked terrified at the thought and a bit ashamed. I was. The girl nodded. You did, Piper. Tristan frowned at his daughter and put his hand on hers. You slipped something into my last smoothie, didn't you? Dad, Piper, don't you trust me? I do, but Mom said that you'd be unable to handle it and you might go crazy and she wanted to be a bittersweet memory. I did, Aphrodite pouted, it was how she rolled. Piper. Tristan stopped her with a word. No matter what, all your mother will be is a bittersweet memory. I can never hate her, though. She gave me you. I told you before, you're my daughter. From now on, you will be first priority. And if the studios don't like it, then tough. I really wish I didn't give him that potion, the head of Cabin 10 sighed. Naruto grinned and left the smoothie store, giving Piper a wink when he caught her eye. Drug her own lover into a peaceful bliss at the extent of her daughter's peace. I never knew Kushina had it in her. Kushina doesn't. Naruto walked out of the store with a smirk plastered on his face. Aphrodite does. And she should know that for me, no matter what, family comes first. Hey, Artemis smirked at her rival's own child rebuking her wishes. Naruto looked up at the sky. The clouds overhead shifted a bit to look like the proud face of a bearded man and he squinted his eyes. Zeus? Nope. Aphrodite smiled as Zeus scowled. Where? Jason asked, looking up. Naruto watched the clouds separate slowly as they passed over the sun. I thought I saw, must be been my imagination. Naruto shook his head and reclaimed his seat, Mew reclaiming his shoulder as her roost. So, tell me Flyboy. What was your sister like? She was hot. Talia glared at Leo, but he just grinned, can't lie on that one. Truth. Apollo nodded, getting a glare from his twin. Leo. Who's next? Aphrodite asked the rest. I will. Hera smiled since her moment was coming no doubt. Hera began to elegantly read the 13th chapter. Tristan was able to pay for 4 tickets back to Long Island, and the trip was incredibly smooth. Naruto attributed it to Jason's presence on the plane. Now, if only Talia would get on a plane. Shut it, Jackson. Naruto was a bit unsettled that he would have to wait for Mew to return to camp and that he had to hide his staff. Apparently when you twisted a specific part of the staff it shrunk down into what Piper called a laser pointer. Nice, the guys snickered. Who didn't love using that thing? Naruto enjoyed the laser part until Piper took it away from him when the stewardess threatened to take it from him. Boo! The guys proclaimed. He pouted the whole flight back to Camp Half-Blood. I feel your pain. Leo patted his heart. A few hours after they returned, Chiron called for a cabin counselor meeting for a debriefing. It was during this meeting Jason told the rest of the counselors about his history and what Juno had told him. It has began, Percy said in a mysterious voice, but Annabeth slapped his arm with a roll of her eyes. What do we do with this information? Will of Cabin 7 asked. Annabeth was giving Jason a wary and angry look. Athena smirked while Annabeth looked apologetic to Jason, who was pouting at her. While the others looked just as confused. I think, Jason said, that if Juno, Hera, whatever, I think she wanted to bring the two camps together to stop Gaia and the Giants. So if you wanted to find Percy Jackson, you'd have to go to Camp Jupiter. That was fun. Leo smiled as Reyna gave him a withering glare, remembering what happened with the Argo too. That's assuming Percy is there, Butch said. Remember, Jason, we were told to find a demigod at the Grand Canyon. Plus, you said Jupiter is in California, which is bad luck for us, Annabeth said. For clear reason, Reyna commented towards the Great Divide. It is? Naruto asked, blinking. He leaned back in his chair and scratched his cheeks. Huh, I thought it was rather lucky. I mean, I managed to beat a giant. All casually like, Hermes snickered. What? The counselors, sans Leo and Jason, turned to Naruto and he chuckled sheepishly. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention that? Yes. Whoops, Naruto chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Well, I fought Enceladus, the anti-Athena. The counselors began murmuring in disbelief while Annabeth blinked several times before beaming. Her nephew made good on his heritage. Indeed. Athena beamed as well. How did you beat him? She asked. The details were sure to be amazing. Well, after a few of my personal attacks failed, Athena came to me in a brief vision, Naruto said. The counselors continued to murmur but fell silent at his next words. Then she sent me her spear to use. Annabeth's jaw fell. Her spear? She's so jealous. Talia smirked as Annabeth sulked a bit. She was jealous too. Yep. It sucked a lot though. Made me all boring and analytical, Naruto said, shuddering at the notion. He grinned and pointed a thumb at himself. I am Konohagakure's #1 knuckle-headed ninja, and I can't live up to that name if I am all smart. That got a few snickers as Athena blanched as Annabeth hung her head. Sure fits the description, Will said with a huff while the other demigods snickered at Cabin 10's counselor's proclamation. I want the full story later, Annabeth said, trying, and failing miserably. Mind you, not to let her jealousy show. See. Shut up, Talia. It still begs the question. What do we do now? We need to make contact with Camp Jupiter, Jason said. We need to unite the camps for the coming war. Uniting the camps, huh? I am in, Naruto said, throwing his opinion in. Naruto, Chiron said after a long moment of silence, your vote will not count. Centaur say what? Percy blinked. What? Naruto looked at the trainer in confusion. You left the camp without permission, Chiron said. I do it all the time, Percy said with a confused look. I know, yet you still come back alive, Dionysus sighed. He sighed. I am sorry, but as the current camp director, I have to revoke your status as counselor. That stirred the other counselors from their shock, bursting into whispers. Chiron stamped his hooves and frowned at them all. You all forget that it was Naruto who left camp on a quest that was not his own. Chiron, Percy did the same thing, Annabeth said, twice. Yeah. Percy agreed with other Annabeth. I know, and it is because of that I am revoking Naruto's status, Chiron said. Percy was the only member of his cabin, so he was instead punished with chores after his return. Percy looked down, all those toilets that needed to be cleaned, and without his powers, the smell. Naruto is no longer the only eligible leader of Cabin 10, there is another. Piper, Leo glared at her, this was your plot all along. Be quiet, Leo. The charm speaker rolled her multicolored eyes. Naruto blinked before he followed Chiron's line of thought and grinned. He glanced at Piper, who was welcome to recount her experience on the quest. Okay, Chiron, you win. The counselors looked back at Naruto. He shrugged. I can't be here year-round. I have things to settle back home eventually. Ninja time. Apollo grinned as Aphrodite pouted. She wanted her baby close to home. Besides, I already have a new counselor in mind. Please tell me it isn't Tanaka, Butch said. The other campers looked equally worried while Piper had a scowl on her face. For good reason, Piper nodded. No, Drew had her chance and I'll bet she's had to wear the shoes often when I was away, Naruto said. He crossed his arms over his chest and grinned. I choose Piper McLean to take my place. What? Piper asked, looking shocked. Naruto stretched and got out of his seat. I've got to go break it to the others. I know they'll all be heartbroken. Aphrodite squealed in joy. What is wrong with you? Artemis asked her rival. She received no answer. I'll leave you guys to it then. Wait. Naruto. I don't. Piper was cut off lamely as Naruto opened a window and jumped out it. Want to be counselor? It is a bit of a chore, Piper sighed. Well, beauty queen, welcome to the club, Leo said, frowning. He sighed and resumed tinkering with his boomstick. Hermes and Apollo snickered at that. I'd rather be in the forges than at meetings, but my cabin chose me to be the counselor. Ingrates. Who stops their curse? Me. Who wants to rebuild his awesome dragon? Me. Who is the last person that wants to be here? First two guesses don't count. You've done a good job so far, the Smith god said. Yeah, but meetings. Blah. Chiron chuckled. Well, Naruto has made a fine choice from what I've heard tonight. Take a seat, Ms. McLean. We have a lot of things to discuss. Well, that went better than I thought it would, Naruto said. Of course Drew threw a small fit when she found out Piper was going to be the new head counselor, but he managed to nip that in the bud with a one-on-one conversation. He's amazing, Piper awed. Lacey took it a bit harder, calling his punishment unfair and saying it was out of Chiron's jurisdiction. Indeed, Aphrodite gave a swift nod. Naruto just laughed and ruffled her hair, telling her he was fine with it. He had a much larger goal in mind than cabin counselor. Your sisters are stranger than Matabi. I thank the Rikudu for only burdening me with one, Kurama said. I hear ya, Apollo nodded. He was fine with just Artemis and Athena, but he was tighter with his twin. Yeah, but they're great when they want to be, Naruto said. He interlaced his hands behind his head as he walked to the small enclosure that he would normally find Grover's girlfriend Juniper. Sure enough, she was there taking care of a few animals. Naruto, she said with a smile, standing from where she was kneeling next to a few rabbits nibbling on some vegetation. Glad to see you're back. Sorry about your position being revoked. Trees love talking, Demeter nodded. How did you? Word must get around fast, Naruto said. I just told her, Grover said from his place to their left, glaring at the rabbits. Percy snickered as Annabeth tried and failed miserable to hold in her own giggles. What did the rabbits ever do to you? Naruto asked. They're bullies. He did not just say that, Frank said with a blink. He did, Percy nodded. I love them, Aphrodite chirped with a wide grin. Grover, how many times do I have to tell you to get over what happened when you were 6? Juniper asked. Childhood trauma, Ares said with fondness, like jars? I'll slit your throat, Ares glared at Hermes, but Juniper. Grover, Juniper put her hands on her hips and glared at him. The satyr Pan had chosen as his successor and champion swallowed before inching his way out of the woods. Talk about submissive, Kurama said. Percy blanched at that, along with Annabeth, Talia, and Nico. They did not want to hear that. Naruto snickered, getting a dirty look from Grover, before he sobered up and grinned. So, I found one of those sanctuaries you told me about. Really? Grover asked. Yeah, there was a family of lions in it, Naruto said. He pulled out the seal he made on the scrap piece of paper Mew had gotten him in Detroit and placed it on the ground. His hands came together in a seal and Naruto channeled his chakra. Fuin. Kai. The golden lion and cub appeared again in front of them. Artemis and Demeter frowned deep at this. Not that I am not a fan of statues, but, those are statues, golden statues, Grover said. Yeah, I know. I found them in a cave, Naruto said. On their quest, I left the group for a second and the others encountered the guy that turned people to gold. Midas, Juniper said, frowning as she knelt next to the statue. She looked at Naruto. Do you know how to get them out? Thanks to me, Jason smiled, happy to have helped. I do, but they're not the only ones I found in the sanctuary, Naruto said. He lifted his thumb to his mouth and took a few steps back as he bit it, drawing the required blood. Naruto's hands blurred through hand seals before he slammed his hand down onto the ground. Kachiyose no Jutsu. This should be interesting, Hermes commented. Juniper and Grover blinked as the ground and Naruto were enveloped in smoke. After it cleared, their jaws fell when their eyes landed on Fukasaku. Never see a toad with a goatee, have ya? Me either, Taliah said. The old toad was looking around and then looked at Naruto with a grin. Naruto-chan. It is time, is it not? He asked. You know it, Pa, Naruto said, nodding. Fukasaku nodded before he hopped back and went through the same seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Another plume of smoke enveloped the area. It cleared to reveal the mother lioness and her cubs along with a purple toad that was the same height as Fukasaku. She looked around before her eyes narrowed on Naruto. That's a bad look, Leo muttered. It was the look teachers would give him. Naruto's smile fell. Oh no, crack. Ow. Naruto was on his knees, holding his head. Why do you always hit me? You haven't been eating your grubs, Naruto-chan. Look at you, all skin and bone. By the fates, it's Demeter Toad, Hades blanched. His sister glared at him for that. That doesn't excuse you hitting me, you crazy old toad. Crack. Ow. While this exchange went on for the next few minutes, Grover couldn't tear his eyes away from the two toads, Fukasaku especially. Sages flocked together, Hermes grinned. The old toad was lightly petting the lioness muzzle while she nursed her kittens. Ma, Naruto-chan, I believe we've fooled around long enough. The two looked at Fukasaku before nodding, righting themselves and acting like it never happened. Fukasaku hopped over to the golden statue and picked it up like it were a feather. Someone pumped that thing with roids or what? Ares whistled. Holy gods, Grover shared his girlfriend's sentiment. Naruto, remembering they were there, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Oh, hey, sorry. Got caught up in reconnecting with Ma. Naruto, that frog toad, geez, it's really not that hard to see the difference, is it? Naruto asked. Some champion of Pan, Ares mocked, getting glares all around. No, I guess not, Grover said, taking another look at them. What is he? Humph, boy's eyes are worse than a snake's, Ma said. She hopped up to Naruto's shoulder and slapped him upside the head. Manners, Naruto-chan, introduce us. Grover, this is Ma, or Shima-ban, and the other one is Pa, or Fukasaku-sensei, Naruto said. He grinned. They taught me how to be a sage. Not weird at all, Nico said. That explains the feeling they give off, Grover said under his breath. But why can't I understand them? Apollo snapped his fingers, damn language barriers. Naruto blinked and looked at Shima. Have you understood anything he's said? No, she said. I have the gist of it, though. I feel like I will no longer be needed here, Naruto-chan. Pa, don't be slacking off now. Just go home already, you crazy old bat, Fukasaku glared at his wife. Who are you calling old, you old fart? Shima hopped down and began arguing with her husband. Toad versions of Zeus and Hera, Aphrodite cooed. The married couple glared at the love goddess. At the end of it, she dispelled the summoning and went back to the mountain the toads called home. Naruto turned back to Grover, who was watching the interaction with awe. They must be speaking my homeland's native tongue, which, according to Anna Oba, is a bit of a blend of several Asian languages, Japanese being the most similar. So, you're trilingual, Grover said. He shook his head. Should have known. Athena's children. We try, Annabeth nodded. I am just her grandson, I am not all that smart. Naruto waved it off. Athena frowned at that. He looked at Fukasaku, who was still holding the statue, and pointed past Juniper. If you go in that direction, you should find some running water. Dunk it in and wait for them to return to normal. Send a few clones with me. I don't want to risk the kitten's life when the father wakes up, Fukasaku said. Smart, Piper nodded. That would be one ticked off Daddy Lion. Naruto nodded and made 3. They left the clearing and Naruto went over to the lioness, sitting next to her head and patting it gently. Don't worry, your family will be whole again soon, Naruto said. The lioness made a groan and he chuckled. Wish I knew what that meant. She said thanks cub, Grover said, walking over and sitting next to Naruto. Juniper joined them and rested her head on the satyr's shoulder. The kittens finished eating and came out to play, investigating the dryad and her boyfriend while the lioness rested her head in Naruto's lap. Ah, the goddesses and demi-goddesses cooed at the scene. This is what it's all about, Grover said. He smiled as he pet a kitten. Indeed, Artemis smiled softly. You've got that right, Naruto said. He scratched the lioness' ear and she rubbed herself on his leg. So, I can't go around not calling you anything. The lioness let a rumbling purr escape her and turned to lick Naruto's arm. Ju, how's that sound? What's it mean? Juniper asked. Queen, Naruto said. Smart, Hera smirked. Smiling as the newly named Ju licked his arm again. So what should we call the others? This little cutie seems like a Simon, Juniper said, holding one of the kittens up to her nose and pressing it against his. The kitten just licked her face. Like Simonides of CEOs. The poet, right? Naruto asked. Aw yeah, Apollo grinned. He had a few cycles of clones reading up right now. He looked at Ju. What do you think? Ju let out a low roar. She likes it. Grover chuckled as he looked over at a kitten that was pouncing at a fluttering moth. And that would be Simba. Loved that one, Piper smiled. It was such a cute story, but still strong. Go Disney. Naruto furrowed his brow. I don't recognize that name. It's from a movie, Juniper said, giggling at the newly named prince. She looked at the last cub in Grover's lap, lavishing in his attention. And for the third prince? Neji, Naruto said with a soft smile. The couple gave him a look and Naruto swallowed. It was the name given to my friend. He died in the war. That's sweet of him, Hestia smiled softly. Sorry, Grover said. It's all right. Still hurts though, Naruto said. He looked up and to the direction that Fukasaku went. Finally, I was worried we were too late. What do you mean? Grover asked. He craned around to follow Naruto's gaze. Ju lifted her head and then rose to her full height. Naruto followed her with a smile as 3 figures came from the brush. Ju walked forwards and her head brushed against the smaller lion, the two embracing and nipping at each other's necks. The married gods smiled at the scene. It was sweet. Well, except Hephaestus. That is so precious, Juniper said as she hugged Simon to her chest. He's Mufasa. Grover grinned, chuckling sheepishly when Juniper gave him a glare. What? Really? I like it, it's a boss name, Leo nodded in agreement. Then the name of this one is yet to be determined, Fukasaku said as he carried the smaller cub in his arms. Naruto came forward and carefully, under the scrutinizing eye of Ju and Mufasa, picked the cub up. She, as he discovered when he picked the young lioness up, was shuddering from the water, mewing pitifully. Oh, I want to cuddle her, Hazel cooed along with the other girls. Except Reina, who only looked mildly interested, not that she ever would. I leave them in your care, Naruto-chan, and don't forget, Bunta-chan wants to have a drink with you soon. Yes, Fukasaku-sensei, Naruto said as he sat down while Ju approached him. The toad nodded and exploded into smoke, leaving nothing behind. Naruto looked at the 2 lions as he took in the chakra of nature around him to increase his body temperature. So young and tiny. Well, I only got to meet you from the Long Island Sound, but I don't think Sound is a good name. Nonsense. Apollo argued. Nala? Grover asked. He, Juniper and the 3 cubs joined the watching parents as Naruto heated the final cub up. No more Lion King, Juniper said. You put that foot down, sister, Piper nodded. But, no, fine, Grover said, defeated. Whipped, Nico rolled his eyes. Karora, Naruto said after a moment. He had a smile on his face. It was the name of my friend's mother. It means add water, I think. Poetic, Poseidon chuckled, getting a nod from his sunny nephew. I think that's perfect, Juniper said, smiling. Grover nodded and scratched the ear of Simba. They can stay for a few days, but then I'll put a nature's blessing on them and release them into the wild. Fine by me, Naruto said as he used his jacket to dry the newly named Kurora off. Gaara would approve, Kurama said. Naruto's smile widened. That haughty. Aphrodite smiled with glazed eyes. Ooh, what a handsome man. Ares simmered. A week passed and the American lions, as Naruto learned they were called, were released into the wild. At least they can try to repopulate, Artemis sighed in relief. She had been saddened when they were gone. This pleased Mew, who returned the day after Mufasa and Kurora were released from their golden prison, because she did not want to share Naruto's attention with the cubs any longer. Attention seeker, Hades scoffed, I wonder where they share that from. Zeus glared at him for the remark. Naruto made, with Leo's help, when the boy wasn't working on his ship, special bands that went around each member of the small pride's leg, not hindering them in any way. The bands were designed to track them and grow with them. That's good, Artemis said with a pleased smile. It was important to know where they were located to help them. So they wouldn't need to be adjusted, thanks to Uzumaki's sealing techniques that he refused to share with anyone. Smart plan, Athena nodded. No need to show all your cards. Now, Naruto was working on a new seal. Just one section of the cabin, Naruto put the piece of paper on the wall and for a second, his small portion of the room was bright orange. No, Aphrodite frowned. Before the seal sparked and fell off. Naruto groaned and glared at the ceiling. Not cool, Kacchan. Deal with it, the love goddess huffed with crossed arms. Embrace the pink, Naruto, Lacey said with a giggle. Never, orange is the color of the gods. Meh, the gods said. Well, maybe not Kacchan's, but I am sure the others like it, Naruto nodded sagely as if it were fact. The camp shirts are orange, Mitchell said. He's got a point, Percy nodded, the shirts were awesome. See? Someone likes it, Naruto crossed his arms smugly. Thank you Mitchell. I never said I liked that the shirts were orange, Mitchell said. Naruto scowled at him. I thought we were in this together. Traitor, mutiny. Leo proclaimed. Yar, Nico said, sounding like a pirate. He liked pirates. Mitchell snorted and went back to his homework for ancient Greek. I was just stating a fact. Thought you would appreciate it. Thanks. Naruto gave his brother a flat glare. He flopped back on his bed with a scowl, back to the drawing board. Shouldn't you be helping Annabeth and Leo? Lacey asked. I am. Shouldn't you be doing your homework? Naruto asked. Lacey pouted and looked back at her desk. Stupid clones. Right? Annabeth pouted. That support should go here, Annabeth said pointing at a spot above her. One of the many pairs of clones that were helping in Bunker 9 nodded and lifted the support up. She nodded as they put it in place. Perfect. Annabeth approved. Percy smirked as Annabeth smiled back at him. I'll say. Annabeth turned to see Nissa soaking in the view of the shirtless blondes lifting heavy metal. Leo made a gagging noise. Annabeth gave Nissa a flat glare. Nissa. I thought you were working on the bow. Leo said he had it covered, Nissa said, waving at her while she kept watching the clones. The daughter of Hephaestus nibbled on her bottom lip as she watched the clone closest to her bend over. The girl has taste, Aphrodite nodded, making her husband glare at her. Hey, focus, Annabeth said, slapping the girl on the arm. Yeah, stop ogling him like a piece of meat, Annabeth frowned. Nissa frowned at her and looked back with a pout as the clones dispelled. Ah. Is this what I am like? Leo asked his friends. Yes, his friends said. Well, I am not very sorry. We've got a job to do and you ogling my nephew is not part of it, Annabeth said. It's not a bad bonus though, Nissa said, grinning slightly. Annabeth rolled her eyes as she turned back to the plans. Nissa leaned over her shoulder. Hey, can I ask you something? May I have your blessing? Aphrodite smirked. Annabeth pursed her lips. Nissa wasn't a bad girl. If it has anything to do with bringing more Naruto clones over here, I don't want to hear it. Amen. The blonde nodded to her other. Damn. Nissa snapped her fingers. I guess I'll have to go with my other question. And that would be? Annabeth made a small adjustment on the plans for the fuel source. How did you get Jackson to notice you? He is a lot like you. Annabeth frowned as Percy looked sheepish. Annabeth paused mid-pencil stroke, blinking in surprise. She turned to look at Nissa. You want to ask him out, don't you? Nissa nodded. Annabeth crossed her arms and leaned back against the desk. She looked Nissa over, inwardly smirking at the ability to make her fidget uncomfortably. All Athena. Poseidon rolled his eyes. She needed to be sure that the girl wasn't just interested in Naruto's body and was interested in him for who he was. Her nephew was more than just a pretty boy, he was smart when he needed to be. Very true, Piper nodded, shed hate for her brother to be treated like that. For a second her frown deepened, she missed Percy. At least I have someone to remind me of you, the architect smirked to her boyfriend. Percy rolled his eyes at that. Annabeth pushed that line of thought aside for now and focused on the task at hand. Are you sure? Yes, Nissa said. Come on, don't tell me Jackson didn't make you feel funny. Like a piston going full throttle in your gut? Maybe not that, Annabeth flushed at the analogy as Percy grinned at her. And he's actually mature, unlike the little boys we have running around here most of the time. True, the girls nodded in agreement, getting the guys to pout a little. And the fact that he's very good looking? Annabeth asked, not betraying anything. Bonus. Nissa smiled nervously. A sexy one, Aphrodite nodded. Annabeth's eyes narrowed slightly. Nissa sighed and clasped her hands together. Come on, Annabeth, you know me. I really like him, please. Annabeth added a smidge more to her glare, making Nissa fidget just a bit more. Athena gave her daughter an approving look. Always make them sweat. A few seconds ticked by, then Annabeth sighed and started to rub her head. Fine. Yes. Nissa pumped her fist victoriously. Thanks, Annabeth. So, any idea of how I get him to go out with me? Not your strong suit, Hef. Apollo grinned as his brother glared at him. Annabeth hummed in thought. The Christmas party is tomorrow, right? Yeah. Be direct. Annabeth turned back to her schematics. Got through to this one. Annabeth smirked at Percy. I was slow, I'll admit it. Damn right, Talia grunted. It was painful, that's how slow it was. Trying to get her mind off the party and what she just agreed to. Direct, huh? Nissa walked away while tapping her chin. She grinned. I can do direct. Leo direct? Piper asked. Hey, Leo frowned. She made it sound like a bad thing. Naruto hammered a nail into the wall and took a streamer from a daughter of Apollo. She, along with two of her sisters and a few girls from Demeter's cabin, had asked him to join them with decoration for the party. Yes, asking, Artemis commented as Apollo frowned along with his aunt. Not one to turn down the offer to help, unless it came to math. Brother, Percy, be quiet. Annabeth sighed. Naruto agreed. So here he was, standing on a ladder, hanging a golden shimmering streamer thing on the wall. Is this good? Just a bit higher, Naruto. Naruto grunted and pushed it up a bit higher. Here? A smidge to the left. Looking for his best side, Aphrodite smirked, making the parents of the girls grumble a little. How about now? He asked. No, now it needs to go right. Can just one of you tell me where to put it? Naruto turned to look at them, slightly disturbed by their intense stares. Wolves after meat, Reina frowned. No, they all had dreamy smiles too, weird. He is dense, Jason said, even he understood those looks. I think it looks fine as it is. Naruto looked past the girls, who had turned around, and beamed. Hi, Nissa. Go bold or go home. Hazel sniggered. Hey Naruto, Nissa said, giving her own light smile as she walked in. Can you come down here for a second? I need to tell you something. Sure. Naruto jumped down, grateful he didn't have to deal with standing on a ladder any longer. He blinked in confusion at seeing the other girls glare at Nissa, but shrugged it off. Taking their eye candy, Mom. Piper warned, getting a pout from the love goddess. He stopped a good arm's length away from her. So what can I do for you? Nissa closed the space between them with a small secretive smile on her face. Are you going to the Christmas party with anyone? Naruto frowned and blinked. No, why? The Smith god was mumbling under his breath now as Leo groaned a little, just weird to see his sister flirting. Nissa's smile widened and she put her hands on either side of his face. Before he could ask what she was doing, Naruto found himself tasting cooked marshmallows. He heard the other girl's gasp, and felt his body relax into the kiss. That's bold all right. Annabeth blinked. Huh, guess Nissa really did understand her other's words. It worked for Percy after all. Nissa broke away just as he started to reciprocate. Ooh, a tease. Aphrodite beamed at her stepdaughter while her husband glared at her commentary. Pick me up at my cabin at 7 tomorrow. See you later, Naruto, she said, running a finger down the middle mark on his right cheek. Nissa smirked and walked away, leaving him stunned and frozen in place. She's good. Better than Leo anyway. Hey. Leo glared at the amused love daughter. His eyes dropped to her swaying hips and he licked his dampened lips. I don't want to hear this, Leo wailed, covering his ears. The other girls followed after her, each looking angry or annoyed. Aphrodite flew into another burst of giggles. Naruto ignored them, instead just put his hand on his cheek and let it slide over to his lips, trying to come to terms with what just happened. You got a date, Frank smiled. He thought Nissa was a nice girl. Good for Naruto. Way to go, Naruto, Kurama said with a laugh. Guess you can answer Matabi's question now. Yeah, Naruto said, not looking away from the door or moving his hand from his lips. He didn't react when Leo walked in, covered in soot, grinning like a loon. He hasn't heard yet, no doubt. Annabeth looked amused as Leo groaned. Naruto. Dude, ready to suit up tomorrow? Leo asked. Tomorrow? Party? Leo said, looking at Naruto like he was crazy. Dude, we're going to be the center of attention, wingman, remember? Oh gods no, Leo palmed his face, his other's brilliant plan, ruined by his own blood. Wing what? Naruto asked. The chicas, dude. Leo pulled Naruto into a one-armed hug and put his hand on Naruto's arm. You. He put his hand on his own chest. Me. He looked out at space and wiped his hand across their line of vision. All the girls, I've been working on my lines for an hour now. You work on those? Hazel blinked in bewilderment. Duh. Leo rolled his eyes. Most were natural, but he liked to practice as well. Oh, Naruto said. He blinked. Sorry, I think I have a date. What? Leo asked, pushing away from Naruto like he was diseased. Leo glared at all the couples. Damn you and your happiness. Leo, calm down. Piper said soothingly. I am calm. With who? Nissa. Leo's eye twitched for a second before he donned a thoughtful look. Leo hummed before giving Naruto a stern glare. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You're honestly going to get your sister to back down? Talia asked Leo. For the good of the plan. Your plan must suck. Leo just glared at the hunter. Naruto nodded slowly. He wasn't sure he remembered how to walk yet. Leo nodded and stormed out of the room, grumbling under his breath about sisters ruining his plans for domination. What? Zeus frowned, making Leo sweat. Domination of the ladies, that is. The goddesses and demi-goddesses glared at Leo. Some the gods gave him secret thumbs up. Naruto just took a seat at one of the already decorated tables, rubbing his lips while still thinking about the kiss. 10 minutes passed before Leo returned. Only now, he had 2 black eyes. Look, Panda Leo. Shut it, Jong. I see negotiation have failed, Piper commented, getting a whine from Leo. Okay, that didn't work. Ow. Luckily, I have a new plan, Leo said. He winced when he blinked and then pointed at Naruto. You, be the worst date you can be. Leo. The girls scolded the boy, who crossed his arms. I see no fault in my logic, I concur. Aphrodite nodded. Mom, Naruto is not breaking hearts. He banded and so did I, no doubt. Sweetie, he does it just by standing there. And if he has a date too. Piper countered, getting a thoughtful look from her mother. Piper, dear, that is great thinking. Aphrodite squealed, making Piper frown having to think that up. Like, so bad it'll be legendary. That'll teach Nissa to interfere in my plans. You are a terrible brother, Ares told his nephew, but grinned, nice. Leo blanched at the compliment from his least favorite uncle. What? Naruto blinked and frowned. Why would I do that? Dude, I am your wingman. Haven't you ever heard the phrase bros before? On second thought, don't want to call my own sister that, Leo said, wincing. Smart play. Apollo nodded as Artemis simmered. She hated that phrase. Naruto just stared at him blankly. Leo shook his head. Anyway, the fate of my life is at stake here. How? My single life. If you have a date, how am I supposed to get a date? Ask, Percy said, getting Leo to roll his eyes. Naive fool? Ask someone to go with you. What are you smoking and where can I get some? Leo shook his head. Dating is far more difficult than that. Aphrodite shook her head. It was a science, one most difficult to master. And sighed. Look, this is pretty basic Animal Planet stuff, man. Artemis' gaze turned to Leo, who squirmed under it. Guys need to stick together like girls do. Here's how it works. Girls talk to you, and with me being your wingman, they consequently talk to me, and I show them awesome. Apollo rubbed his chin. The kid's smart. Thank you. Naruto furrowed his brows together. Wait, that makes me sound like I am bait. What? No, dude, you're the wingman. You help me keep afloat in the never-ending sea of chicas. That's bait, Talia said plainly. What do I get out of this? Leo thought about it for a second. My friendship? I thought I already had that. I have many levels of friendship. You get bumped up one. How generous. I try. Leo smirked at Piper's dry look. Naruto shook his head. Why don't you go to Jason? Girls like him. Piper frowned as Jason smiled weakly. He's going with Piper, the traitors. Sorry Leo, the couple said, but the boy waved it off. No biggie. What? Oh, so she didn't tell you, Leo grinned, wincing as his bruises were stretched. Yeah, she asked him. Naruto pursed his lips in thought. He couldn't really do anything if Piper asked Jason out. There was no real malice about them dating, but still, Athena's words bothered him. Why would the goddess of strategy warn him about not trusting Jason? Was it because he was Roman or something? Yes. Athena said with no shame. We could team up and spy on them. Make sure nothing happens, Leo said. Leo? Jason looked hurt, but Leo was stern. His love life was at stake. Naruto put his face in his hands and sighed. No, I may not like it, but I trust Piper. Do you trust a hormonal boy who's the son of Zeus? Jupiter? Leo asked. You know, the guy who's been married for how long and has had how many affairs? Hera's face soured. Come on, who knows what's going on in the sex-driven head of his? I am not like that. Jason exclaimed loudly. Thank the fates, Hera said, looking at her husband, who readily ignored her look. Naruto blinked. Like you? Why at? Me? No way, I am as pure as an angel, Leo said. He smiled and a fire halo appeared above his head. See? More like a Diablo. Reina said dryly, getting Leo to pout. Naruto smirked. Nice try, but I was trained by a guy who called himself the super pervert. Athena frowned deeply at that while the boy's mother giggled fiercely. Leo blinked and the halo extinguished. Really? He even wrote some books. Naruto pointedly decided to leave out his involvement in writing 2 of them. Wonderful. The love goddess smiled. Aphrodite, that is not good at all. Athena frowned. Her legacy should be writing smut of all things. Do we have a Greek translation for it? No. Naruto glared flatly at the boy. Come on. Leo threw himself at Naruto's feet. Look at my face, dude. I need this. Help a brother out. He's begging. Percy shook his head. Ares jeered at his Smith brother, who gave a fiery glare back. Let go of my leg. Give me a book. I'll do my own translation. No. Naruto got up and started to go back to his cabin, dragging Leo along the way. That's just embarrassing. Nico shook his head. Seriously, dude, let go. I refuse to let it go. My leg or the book? Both. Tenacious. Hermes laughed, liking his nephew's spunk. Naruto groaned and pulled himself into the doorway of Aphrodite's cabin. He couldn't fully enter because of Leo's unwelcome presence on his leg, so he had to grab his staff and try to pry the son of Hephaestus off. Ah, the lever. Athena looked on fondly, as did Hephaestus. Seeing the sad puppy-like look on Leo's face, Naruto sighed. Look, I'll get the first book translated for you, okay? Really? I want a copy, Apollo grinned. It was literature after all. Yes. If it'll shut you up, I got all the rights to them in Ero Sennin's will and it'll be good practice for me. Translating, I mean, not that it would be practice for anything else. Naruto hung his head in defeat. He hated writing the books, they brought out the worst in him. The best, he means the best, Aphrodite insisted. Athena begged to differ. Yes, Leo hopped up and grinned. Thanks dude, see you later. Naruto groaned again, rubbing his forehead. He hated reading Ero Sennin's work, it was a lot more than he was ever ready to read. Man, he thought he was done with perverts. Apollo dropped out of his throne, rolling in laughter along with Hermes as the gods grumbled at them. But they didn't really disagree with their reaction either. Now, you need to keep looking at other girls, make sure they stay interested, Drew said. Aphrodite nodded as Piper frowned, her other better cut in. She fixed the black jacket her brother was wearing with a click of her tongue. Did you have to wear the orange shirt? Don't diss my orange. He makes it work, the love goddess said with a begrudging sigh. And besides, I hate dressing up, Naruto said. He scrunched his nose up at the thought and pulled at the collar of his shirt. Drew slapped his hand away. Why did it have to be a tight shirt? Because, my simple big brother, girls like seeing your chest, even if it's hidden by this thin cloth, she said. Annabeth hummed, looking at Percy up and down. The boy started to sweat a little. She sighed and sat him on the bed, messing his hair up a bit. You should be a model. An underwear model, one of their sisters said, making the others snicker. Brilliant. Aphrodite beamed. No Athena, Annabeth, and Piper said. Ah. That's not funny, Piper said, trying to hide her own amusement. My dad has a few connections, Lacey said with a giggle. We could use the money for camp. As helpful as that would be, it'll pass, Naruto said dryly. But think of all those parties you could get us into, one of the girls said, pouting at him. Think of the possibilities for us. Yes, think of your siblings, the love goddess said. Hermes nodded, connections are important, and he would know. Yeah, and then Piper's dad could help too. Hey, Piper's amusement had turned into embarrassment. My dad is not a piece of meat. I beg to differ, Drew said, smirking. So'd I. Aphrodite's eyes glazed over. Piper turned green. Hey, still a couple of guys in here, Mitchell said, scowling. He turned to Liam, another young son of Aphrodite. Seriously, as if there wasn't enough estrogen. Amen, dude. At least we have Naruto now, Cole, another of the few sons, said. Praise the testosterone. Ares whooped. And Naruto is going to be late, Piper said. She went over and pulled him away from Drew. And despite whatever you believe, Drew, Naruto should never be late for a first date. I've only been on one date before and the girl cried. Naruto frowned slightly. That sucks bro, Leo said with sympathy, and I think she might have been using me. Why that little? The love goddess snarled. How dare some little wench use her child? It was the other way around. His feelings toward Sakura were confusing, he didn't have them anymore, but it was weird thinking back on it. Just means you need practice using them, Drew said. Thanks for helping, Drew. Piper rolled her eyes and pushed Naruto to the door. Go. Be nice, be yourself and forget anything Drew told you. I've dated more than you, McLean. What's your score again? 0. She has a point, Aphrodite whispered to her daughter, getting a pout. 1. Piper said smirking as she followed Naruto out. I have to go pick up my date. I hope you trip in mud. Love you, too, Drew. I can just feel the bunnies and rainbows. Leo sighed out whimsically. Naruto didn't have to walk as far as Piper did. He found himself in front of Cabin 9's metal door within a few seconds and knocked on it. Relax. Unlike the first date, this girl likes you, obviously. Naruto took a deep breath. Yeah, I know. The door opened and Leo stepped out. He looked good in Naruto's opinion. A nice suit, flashy suspenders and a bow tie worked for him. I rock those things like a boss, Leo smugly said. The son of Hephaestus' eyes had returned to normal, seems he got some medical attention. Is that what you're wearing? Leo asked, a brow arched. Why is everyone asking me that? I am comfortable, more or less, Naruto said. He glanced down at his dark pants and glared at the tennis shoes Drew had shoved onto his feet. How the hell were they supposed to support him if he needed to land from a rooftop? His toes couldn't spread to take the kind kiss, the force of the landing. Hope my other helps with that lesson. Annabeth sighed. Naruto had a lot of work to do. He shook the thought off and crossed his arms, frowning. Why, is that what you're wearing? I make this look good, Leo said, holding his suspenders out in front of him before letting them snap back into place. He glared at Naruto and crossed his own arms. And unlike you, I've got a real wingman this time. After you begged and pleaded with Jack. Some of the guys snickered at that while Leo glared at them. Hey, it isn't easy, he complained. Shut up, Nissa, Leo said, frowning. Why are you meeting so early anyway? The party doesn't start for another hour. To make out of course, Aphrodite smirked as her husband fumed. It's called a date for a reason, Leo, Nissa said. Their argument was drowned out as Naruto looked Nissa over subtly. Her red bandana was still keeping her hair back, but rather than sweaty and matted, her hair was brushed and looked like liquid chocolate. She had a light red blouse on and tight pants that clung to her curves, keeping true to her tomboy personality. Not bad, the love goddess commented with a rub of her chin. Her eyes met his just as he snapped back up to look into them and she smirked. See something you like? Yes. You're an idiot, Naruto, Kurama said. Naruto grit his teeth slightly in response to that, while Nissa's smirk widened and Leo groaned. Great, well as fun as it is hearing you two flirt, I am going to go practice my lines again. Getting nervous. Silence Jackson. Don't stay out too late in Naruto? Yeah, Leo? I will fry you if you hurt her. Piper pinched Leo's cheek, that's adorable. I could take him. Leo, Nissa glared at him while Naruto swallowed. Right. The son of Aphrodite nodded, and if you go further than first base. Leo. Pot meat kettle, Hazel rolled her eyes. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up at the prospect. Yeah, okay. Glad we understand each other, Leo said. He grinned and grabbed the door while Nissa, her own face as red as her bandana, grabbed Naruto's arm and led him away. You two behave now, ya hear? Shut up, Leo. Leo just cackled as he closed the door. Consider us even, sis. Yeah, that's what you get for ruining my other's plan. So, is there anything specific you want to talk about? Naruto asked as he and Nissa walked through the camp. The party wasn't for another hour, and if that wasn't nerve-wracking enough, he had no idea what to do. Like Percy, Annabeth giggled as her boyfriend pouted. I improvise. Very strategic. The blonde nodded with a grin. Well, Nissa hummed for a moment in thought. She shrugged. All I know is that you're from this distant island. Get to know each other. Naruto gained a small smile. They stopped walking and turned to face each other. We could introduce ourselves properly. He likes to introduce himself a lot, Demeter commented. I am pretty sure we did that when you first got here, Nissa said, smirking at him. It doesn't hurt to do it again. Naruto gave her a grin. Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training and my family, which is admittedly a lot bigger than I first thought it was. Big time. Everyone said together. I don't like stuck-up assholes, megalomaniacs or traitors. My dream for the future is to be the greatest Hokage that Konohagakure no Sato has ever seen. Hokage? Nissa asked. The leader of my village. Naruto beamed proudly. And he most certainly will, Athena nodded, knowing he could do it. I didn't see you as a political man, Nissa said. She smiled. Nissa Glades. I like tinkering with things in the forge and other hot things. So Leo's sister, Piper shook her head in amusement. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I am not that. Son of Aphrodite, your argument is invalid. Nissa cut him off. Honestly it is, Aphrodite sighed, loving how modest her boy was. He was just so cute. I don't like when other girls at camp talk about me behind my back, but what girl does? I also don't like it when something I try to make falls short or doesn't work when it should. Amen, sister. Leo nodded. My dream for the future, I don't know. Survive for that long, I guess. The dream of many, Hades said, getting uncomfortable looks from the demigods. So negative, Naruto said teasingly. She shoved him lightly and he laughed. They resumed walking together and wound up on the beach. Without much care for their clothes, both sat down in the sand. Naruto looked up at the stars and frowned slightly. I miss Konoha. Boo, it's much better here. The love goddess huffed. It's rather beautiful there. Demeter said as Artemis nodded in agreement. What's it like? Your home? Nissa asked. She turned her head to look at him. Naruto let a smile fall on his face as he leaned back on his palms. It's awesome. Konoha is one of the strongest villages on the continent. And it's beautiful, surrounded by trees, nature's everywhere. The satyrs and naiads would probably love it, Nissa said. Definitely. Percy nodded. Yeah, Naruto sat quiet for a moment. I don't think it'll be a year-rounder. I can't bear to be away from home for that long. Nissa let a laugh escape her. You and I couldn't disagree more on that. I wouldn't leave camp for anything in the world. Bad home life, Annabeth said with a knowing look. Not even for your mom? Naruto asked. Nissa frowned. My mom, she's more interested in her job than raising a kid. Hephaestus frowned at that. I knew after my 14th birthday that I would be better off on my own than bothering her. Naruto frowned, empathizing with her. He moved a bit closer and rested his hands on his knees. You don't really think that, do you? The last time I remember my mom taking any active interest in me was when she heard I got into a fight and nearly got someone killed in shop class, Nissa said. That could happen to anyone, Leo argued. He would know. He almost cut off his shop teacher's finger once. The dude was such a no-talent hack. It wasn't my fault. A stupid monster was in the school. A cyclops, of all things, disguised himself as a student and sniffed me out. Ouch, Percy frowned, remembering how he and Tyson met. I was in shop when he couldn't control himself. I don't know what the others saw, but he tossed a boy at a table and the engine that was dangling above it nearly fell on him. I pulled him out of the way, but I guess the others saw me push him and then try to save my own skin. Mortals are dumb like that, Percy nodded. What happened to the Cyclops? Naruto asked. I threw a wrench at him and nailed him in the eye. He stumbled back and fell under the engine. That's why I pulled the kid out of the way. The engine fell after that. Nice use of your surroundings, Hermes praised. That makes you a hero. Tell that to my mom. Nissa scoffed. I've heard stories about how parents drop their kids off in the summer and then pick them up at the end. Me? I am fine here. I've got the forge and my cabin, that's all I need. Ah, Leo frowned, but he understood completely. He'd never go back to foster care or what was left of his family. That sounds lonely, Naruto said softly. Nissa swallowed. It is. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Look, Nissa, if we, don't go anywhere, I'll still be your friend. You don't have to be alone. Trying to cover his bases, smart. Apollo nodded as Hephaestus frowned. Still have to try to go somewhere before we get that far, Nissa said with a soft smile. Yeah, I guess we should do that, Naruto said with a chuckle. He looked back up at the stars. But still, I'll always be your friend. He's a sweet guy, Piper smiled at her brother. Nissa let her head rest on Naruto's shoulder. He didn't move her or move his arms, letting her get comfortable. Thanks, Naruto. No problem. They sat in silence for a few minutes, enjoying each other's presence. After 15 had gone past, he looked down at her. So, when does the party start? Nissa looked up at him with a sly smile. Who cares about a stupid party? Ooh, Hazel giggled as Piper was smiling too. Something tells me I don't. I retract my previous statement. You're not an idiot, but you are still stupid, Naruto. We like them like that. Annabeth kissed Percy on the cheek. The scene was very mood-setting. Percy smiled and gave her a peck back. Naruto ignored Kurama as Nissa leaned up and gently pressed her lips against his. Ah, some of the girls said. It was cute. Hera pursed her lips. She was barely mentioned, let alone was not seen at all. I liked it, it was a nice funny chapter. Apollo grinned. Oh, I can't wait to see their relationship make it or break it, Aphrodite tittered. Hephaestus just looked grumpy. I got this one. Apollo grinned his sunny grin as he took the book. Campers. Naruto looked up from the schematics that were in front of Nissa at Chiron's voice. It had been 2 weeks since their first date and they had a few since then. Aphrodite clapped gleefully as Hephaestus grunted. Now he was sitting with Nissa and looking at the designs she had made for a new type of kunai made of celestial bronze. Meet at the pavilion to prepare for the game. Guess we should go get ready, Nissa said, frowning slightly. It was Ares versus Athena again, and despite what everyone thought he would do, Leo sided with Cabin 5 along with the cabins of Apollo, Demeter, Hecate, and Hermes. Going against us, Leo? Piper pouted at him. It happens at times, beauty queen, you know that. Leo shrugged. This left Jason to side with Athena. Athena had a frown on her lips at that. Along with the cabins of Aphrodite, Dionysus, Hecate and Iris. She didn't like being set up against her boyfriend or siding with Clarice. Boo-woo, Ares mocked, getting a glare from his brother. Naruto chuckled and rolled the blueprints up. You can tell me more about the knives later, he said. He handed the blueprints to her and took her hand. Let's do as the horse guy says. Fine, Nissa said. They stopped by her cabin and dropped the blueprints off before heading over to the pavilion, letting go of each other's hands and going to their respective tables. Aphrodite cooed, loving the love. Oh, she hoped Naruto broke her heart. It would be beautiful. Campers. Chiron greeted them with a smile. Once again it's time for the capture the flag game. The campers cheered, all murmuring excitedly. The rules haven't changed, Chiron said. The north side of the forest will go to the red team and the south to the blue team. The creek will be the boundary, as per the norm. All magical items will be allowed. Prisoners may be taken, but will not be bound and or gagged. Opponents may be disarmed, but not killed or maimed. Faye, Ares spat, how boring. Why is that a rule? Naruto asked softly. Ares kids occasionally can get too excited, Lacey said. They're quick shots. Apollo grinned. Just like Daddy, Hermes joked, making Apollo high-five him and get Ares to glare at them. Naruto nodded in understanding and looked back at Chiron. No more than 2 guards for either flag, the centaur said. And finally, all of the forest will be legal territory. Finally. Someone from Apollo's cabin scoffed. Shut up, Dustin. Nissa glared at the boy. Calm yourselves, Chiron said. I will be acting as field medic and referee. Arm yourselves and prepare for battle. The tables became littered with armor and weapons. Annabeth turned and sought Naruto out, waving him over to her. Meeting of the minds, Talia smirked as Annabeth had a small smile on her face. Naruto walked over to Athena's table, his staff in hand and a simple long black piece of cloth in the other. What's up, Anna Oba? Hey, Malcolm Oji, Naruto said to the cabin's second in command. Naruto. Malcolm nodded to him, not caring about the added suffix. Annabeth, however, frowned. Stop calling me that in public. You know he won't, Piper snickered as Annabeth pouted. No promises, Naruto said. So what do you need? When we get to the forest, go set up some traps, Annabeth said. Naruto beamed. I can do that. You got it. Please, I'll disarm them, Leo scoffed. There's more, she said. You'll be on flag duty. Alone. But I want scouts in the trees and a few on offense to disarm or trigger whatever traps the Hephaestus cabin sets up. Naruto nodded. Right. Don't engage if you don't have to, Annabeth said. We'll have a separate squad on retrieval. Guess throwing him at them would be pushing things, Percy nodded. Naruto nodded again. Anything else? If you see Leo, capture him, Malcolm said. He got a frown from Annabeth and Malcolm shrugged. Leo could easily reactivate the traps. He's the biggest threat they have. Damn Skippy. Leo grinned as Reina glared at him. Her Pegasus was not damn anything. Agreed, Annabeth said. She looked back at Naruto. Only if you see him, don't search him out. Right. Are you guys going to send Jason after him? Naruto asked. The 2 children of Athena frowned and he arched a brow. Was it something I said? No, Naruto, Malcolm said before Annabeth could speak. She gave him a glare and he gave her a pointed look that said later. Still not so hype about a Roman in their home, are they? Hazel frowned. Annabeth flushed. Hey, we were all a bit touchy on the subject at first. Naruto didn't know what they'd have to talk about, but decided to drop it. Annabeth looked back at Naruto. Go back and get ready, and please think about using a sword. Naruto rolled his eyes. Annabeth always wanted him to use a sword, but it wasn't his thing. Kunai, sure had used those, but swords? Blah. Let Sasuke keep his sword. Naruto twirled his staff and slammed one end down onto the ground. It oddly works for him, Athena commented. I'll pass, thanks, Naruto said. There was a cry and Mew landed on his shoulder. Hey, ready to do some scouting? Mew cried her agreement, taking an offered snack and then taking to the sky. One more thing, Annabeth said. Naruto looked back at her and blinked at the knowing smirk on her face. Don't go easy on Nissa. You don't on me, Percy pouted at the blonde, who smirked. Where's the fun in that? I want. Naruto felt his cheeks heat up and he stormed away without another word. Annabeth and Malcolm were chuckling behind him, making him flush even more. To ignore them, Naruto looked at the assorted armor and weapons set on his mother's table, picking a small dagger up with interest. It was similar to Katropus, but at the base 2 smaller blades branched out. That's cool looking, Piper commented. It reminded Naruto of his father's Hiraishin kunai. He set the sheath in place on his waist and drew the dagger, putting it back when a horn sounded. Armor, Naruto? Piper asked. She was wearing a light bronze armor that had a leather skirt along with shin guards, and under her arm was a helmet that lacked the normal blue plume. No pink? Hazel teased, getting a glare from Piper. Never. Naruto grinned secretly at her. Nah, it'll be fine. Naruto, trust me, Imouto. He tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. Your Nichin is too strong to get hit. Doesn't he mean too fast? Frank asked. Not if he beats them down before they hit him, Ares rebuked with a savage grin. Well, see about that, jeered someone from the red as they walked past to get information. I'll be waiting at the flag, Naruto said. Naruto had his hands in his lap, his staff was embedded in the ground behind the flag. He was sitting cross-legged and had his eyes closed, balancing on a clone hanged into a sheet of metal that was set atop his staff. He reached out to his clones with his chakra, refueling them. That's cool. Percy said, you think someone'll throw something at him, like a dunk tank? Percy. Annabeth frowned. What, it'd be funny. One popped and Naruto arched a brow at the memory. Headhunter seal's work. Based off of his sensei's jutsu, Naruto had devised a seal that would grab an opponent's foot and suck them down into the ground so that only their head remained above. That sounds interesting, Hazel admitted. Something to look into. A few unfortunate children of Apollo had discovered this the hard way, sucked into the ground as they tried to sneak through his team's territory. Apollo pouted as his twin laughed at him. Naruto just chuckled, remembering what one son yelled at his clone before it dispelled to tell him about the prisoners. Well, I wonder if all children of Apollo are as cruel in their insults, Naruto said to himself. He crossed his fingers in front of him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones poofed into existence and Naruto sent them to retrieve the prisoners. Naruto settled back into his meditation, taking a deep breath before nearly falling off as a new clone dispersed. The memory was fresh and he couldn't help but laugh. Clone's memory, I thought I already deactivated this tripwire? Naruto said. He scratched his head and followed the line to a tree. It wasn't here though. Leo grinned. Naruto ducked as a beam of golden energy shot out and hit the tree, burning it where his head would have been. Naruto turned and stared wide-eyed at his attacker. Surprise sucker, Leo cackled. It's set to stun, Leo said proudly as he blew smoke off of his boomstick. So, you're messing with my traps. What's up with that? Rules of the game. Naruto said. Dude, first you ditch your wingman and now you mess with his stuff. Not cool, Leo said. He took aim at Naruto again. It honestly isn't. Leo sighed as Piper patted his arm. There, Leo. Thanks, beauty queen. Look, I've got you. You don't have distance magic or whatever that ninja stuff is. You're close quarters. Nissa. A part of Naruto felt hurt that Nissa had used what he told her against him, and a part was a bit proud. Ooh, Aphrodite wiggled in her seat, just loving this. It was just a giant prank war, everything was fair game. Except for the sensitive bits, those are always off limits. Not with me, Ares laughed. Yep, never thought that having a sister dating the camp's resident ninja would ever be cool until now. Leo waved Naruto over. Try anything and it'll stun you. Setting phasers to stun, Leo said in a robot voice. That would imply you could, Naruto said. He held his hand up in one seal. I'll defeat you with the ultimate technique in my arsenal. My first unique jutsu. I said don't try anything. Leo shot his beam. He gaped as Naruto jumped up and stood on the branch above them, defying all laws of gravity. Okay, maybe I should have set up a few more traps. They never think of the trees. Artemis shook her head. Naruto dropped down and landed, his chakra exploding around him. Oroik no Jutsu. Nice, Apollo whispered. The area filled with smoke and Leo coughed, looking around wildly with his weapon. When it finally cleared, Leo spotted blonde hair and aimed his weapon. Ha, a smoke bomb, that's the best you have. Naruto put her hand behind the devil horns on her head and stood in a position that showed off her full hourglass figure. Piper's just hung open, he didn't. He did. Annabeth blinked. Hot damn, Leo surmised the thoughts of all the guys. Her other hand dragged the purple glove on it down her side and stopped at the edge of the equally purple-heeled boot. Her chest jiggled, held together by the concealing yet enticingly revealing bra, and the fake devil tail moved very realistically. Artemis and Athena scowled, one out of feminist anger while the other out of sheer embarrassment. I need to get one of those, Aphrodite noted. Ares pumped his fist. You aren't going to shoot me, are you, Leo-sama? The seductive voice had Leo setting himself on fire and passing out. I wouldn't call you a man if you didn't. Hermes whistled, taking pics with his cell. Naruto smirked and undid the jutsu, reverting back to Naruto as he crossed his arms over his chest. Another example of the less is more rule, he said. Mom. He went over to Leo and bound the pyro in ninja wire, something more durable than regular rope and yet still hard to see. This should keep you in place till the replacement comes to get you. Naruto then exploded into a cloud of smoke, sending the memories back to the original. Oh man, I can't believe that worked, Naruto said, falling from his place on the staff onto his back. The sheet exploded into a cloud of smoke when it hit the ground, the clone also enjoying what he saw and losing balance. He sighed and made 2 more clones, sending them to get the unconscious son of Hephaestus. Great. Jail for me, Leo pouted. There was a rustling in the brush and Naruto narrowed his eyes, grabbing his staff and pulling it out of the ground. He separated his staff and prepared to move forward. Through the brush came Nissa along with a few sons of Ares. Naruto didn't know their names, so he decided on calling them Big Idiot Number 1 and Big Idiot Number 2. Well thought out, Athena nodded as Ares glared at the screen. Come out, Naruto, we caught a member of your team and she told us everything, Nissa said. We know you're the only one watching the flag. Oh, a fight between lovers. Aphrodite gushed. They're boyfriend and girlfriend. Mom, not LVOers, Piper corrected. Sweetie, how long before you think she's break off a piece of him, Piper gagged. Naruto jumped up into the trees and with practiced precision through his voice. Then why would I come out and face you, Nissa? An arrow flew from the woods at a tree opposite of him. Naruto jumped to a different tree, throwing his voice again. Lying to me already. You know, that's not very good for a relationship. I never said how many of us there are, Nissa said. Just come out and be our prisoner. Screw this, I am going for the flag. Big Idiot Number 2 ran forward and reached for the flag. Naruto threw one of his staves, braining the son of Ares and knocking him out. Fail, Hermes said with a thumbs down as Ares seethed. Why was it his brats that always get beat in CTF? He moved to another tree and as expected an arrow shot from the wood at his suspected spot. He had to pinpoint the archer. 1 down. Naruto looked down, grinning at his perturbed girlfriend. Come on, it'll make it worth your while if you surrender, Nissa said. That's interesting, Aphrodite said, getting a glare from her husband. I offer you the same courtesy. What do I get if I surrender? Nissa asked, looking curious. What do you want? A lap dance. Hephaestus and Leo's jaw slacked as Aphrodite was in titters. Naruto almost lost his footing. I wonder if she knows you're not the best at that, considering what happened at the cherry bomb. Laughs broke out at the remembrance of that scene. Shut up, Naruto said under his breath. He cleared his throat and threw his voice to echo in the small clearing. Anything other than a lap dance. We've only been dating for 2 weeks, there's not much I can ask for at this point, Nissa said. Oh, she's playing hardball. Well, she could raise the stakes. Aphrodite rubbed her chin, Piper just face-palmed. Why did she even bother? How about I give you a massage? Naruto asked. I am pretty good at those. That's a pretty good deal, said a new female voice. Naruto looked down to his left, spotting a mop of blonde hair similar to his own. In the girl's hands was a bow and on her back a quiver. She was turning to take aim at the trees. Take the damn deal, Nissa. Can shoot you when this is all over. Seriously, Naruto's the camp's new Adonis and she scoops him up, so unfair. My girl has a point, Apollo nodded. Bingo, Naruto said to himself. He dropped from the tree behind the girl and brought his stave down across the back of her head, catching her as she slumped forward unconscious. Gonna have to do better than that, Naruto. Nissa looked around the clearing. What's wrong? Not good at lap dances. I can teach you. Dude, Frank gaped as Leo just buried his face in his palms. This was so wrong. Now that is something I would like to see, Kurama said. Shut it, Naruto said. He jumped up into the tree with the bow and an arrow ready. He drew it back and aimed at Big Idiot number 1. Tempting, but I can only assume that will require me to do something else. A strip dance, Nissa said. She's a bit screwy, Reina commented dryly. She knows what she wants, Annabeth said just as dryly. Naruto almost fell out of the tree. Bold, stop talking, Naruto said. Enough of this. Big Idiot number 1 growled and stepped forward. Why don't you show yourself, coward? You afraid to fight us? Aries kids are stupid, evidence number 273. Kid takes out a giant and calls him a coward. Real smart. Hermes shook his head. Not really, I just don't feel like it. Naruto drew the string back. Face me, alright, look up here. Naruto stopped throwing his voice, letting the two find him. He shot the arrow, and Aries' son jumped back so that the arrow landed between his feet. Ha, missed. Check again, Naruto said. The tag he had tied to the arrow burst into fire and hissed before exploding, sending Big Idiot number 1 flying back into the brush. Explosions make everything better, Leo grinned. Naruto made several clones and sent them out to restrain the lug. He dropped down and stood opposite of Nissa. So, surrender. Not happening, Nissa said, smirking. You need to give me a reason to. How about a kiss? Nissa's smirk grew into a grin. Tempting. How's about we make out? Reina flattered. I am confused here. She would surrender so easily. Just for that. Love is a strange thing, Reina. Aphrodite smiled widely. Now, you want me to surrender or not? Naruto narrowed his eyes before he made a few clones that vanished in an instant. Isn't that against the rules? Nissa asked. Rules say no more than 2 guards. I am 1 guard and they are all me, in essence, Naruto said. He approached her with a small smile on his face and cupped one side of her face. Surrender. Fulfill your part of the bargain first. Nissa slipped her arms around his neck. Leo made a gag noise. Well, you have to give him credit. Nico shook his head, he knows his enemy. Deal. Naruto closed the gap between them and he pressed his lips to hers. They meshed almost perfectly. Her arms tightened around his neck and he moved his hands to her hips. Something pressed against his lips, probing for entry. Naruto allowed Nissa's tongue in, wrestling against it as it tried to reach all parts of his mouth. We don't need the details, Talia grunted. Jealous. Annie, I swear. After 2 minutes passed, Naruto broke it apart and Nissa whined. He gave her a small peck and chuckled. I believe you owe me something. Yeah, fine, I surrender, Nissa said. She leaned against him with a grin. Take me to jail. Suggestive. Apollo grinned and got a kick from his twin. Ow. Reading here. Then read, the huntress grunted. Naruto led Nissa to the jail, the daughter of Hephaestus blinking at seeing her cabin head sitting there. Leo looked up and groaned. Aw man, you were captured, too. Nissa smirked and as she walked past him, slapped Naruto on the ass. Wow, forward, Hazel blinked, Nissa just kept surprising her. Naruto muffled a yelp, his face turning bright red. He glared at his smirking girlfriend while she spoke to Leo. Yes, I was captured, rather thoroughly, at that. Very, Aphrodite nodded. Gross, Leo said, scowling. He sighed. At least I got to see what Elysium looks like. Kids got a point, Hermes nodded, glancing at his pics. What do you mean? Nissa asked. Leo remained silent and glared at her boyfriend while Naruto chuckled. Nissa looked back and forth between them before shaking her head. I am better off not knowing. The horn blew and echoed throughout the woods. Leo hung his head in defeat while other captured prisoners grumbled. Naruto led them back, walking into the woods and stopping at the creek, where Chiron gestured to Annabeth. Damn right, Annabeth grinned, of course she'd get it. Annabeth had a cut on her cheek, her hair was a mess, but there was a smirk on her face as she stared at Clarice, who scowled from where she was in the center of the creek, drenched and slightly covered in mud. In Annabeth's right hand was her personal dagger while in her left was a blood-red flag that had Ares' symbolic boar and axe engraved on it in gold. The game is at an end. The winner and still reigning champion of inter-camp capture the flag matches, the blue team. Chiron said. Blue team for life, Percy said in a serious tone. Naruto wobbled when all of his clones dispelled, shaking his head from the information dump while his team cheered. The spirits were high in camp after the capture the flag game. Naruto found himself at the Athena cabin the day after, studying up since Nissa was occupied with repairing armor and weapons. He was flipping through the intermediate Greek with a bored look on his face. Studying was never his strong suit. Amen, Percy nodded. He was always too energetic to sit in one place, and it wasn't like meditation, so he couldn't even compare it to that. Sighing, Naruto went to the partially translated journal concerning his father's life that Annabeth was helping him with. Out of habit, he started at the last page before realizing his mistake. Oh, you Japanese, reading backwards. Apollo chuckled. Feeling too lazy to flip the book over and search for the last place he was at, Naruto decided instead to work from the end of the book, flipping back a few pages before one passage caught his eye. It was an italicized subscript, overlooked by the Greek translation next to it, but Naruto knew the characters that his aunt did not, reading them to himself. It was a seal. Naruto pumped chakra into the seal and out popped a letter that he quickly unfolded, reading the characters with ease. Secret message, Annabeth, how could you miss that? Piper chided. It was Japanese, the blonde frowned, I don't know Japanese. Ignorance, Apollo huffed as he continued, Annabeth from my Naruto learned it. Annabeth shimmered at that. To Athena, first of all, thank you for claiming me upon my death. That's so wonderful of you, Poseidon said in a dry tone, getting a glare from his rival. It is good to know who my mother is, though I wish I could have known sooner. It would have explained why I never saw the Shinigami as he was depicted in the texts of the Uzumaki scrolls or why I had issues reading at first. And the whole underworld thing, yeah, I'll refrain from further comment. Athena had an amused look on her face. Secondly, I would be glad to recall the last day of my life, though I prefer to remember it as the day my son was born. A positive attitude, nice, Percy grinned as Annabeth looked happy too. P.S. If you haven't already guessed, you're a grandmother. Closing parenthesis. I noticed, Athena said with a look at an innocent-looking Aphrodite. My wife, Kushina Uzumaki, who I still haven't seen down here for some reason. Immortality, dear, the love goddess commented airily. Had just given birth to Naruto. Her seal containing the nine-tailed fox was weak and was slowly breaking. I had just handed Naruto over to Lord Third's wife Bawako and was getting ready to fix Kushina's seal. Two screams cut me off and I turned to see my son, so small and bundled in a blanket, in the arms of a masked man. Whoa, plot twist, Leo whistled, getting a glare from Annabeth. Naruto was crying, no doubt scared out of his mind from the chakra the man gave off. The masked man told me to step away from Kushina or else he would kill Naruto within the first minute of his life. Aphrodite's heart clenched as Artemis, as the goddess of childbirth, protected all newborn babies. That's just messed up, Jason swallowed. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but at the same time was trying to discern how the hell this man got past the barrier. Multi-brain tasking, Hermes nodded as Athena smirked. Then, Kushina's seal strained visibly, it spread up her face. I remember looking back at her and then to the masked man when he repeated his threat. He pulled a kunai, a small throwing knife, out and held it to Naruto's face. He was calm, I was not. I'd call you heartless if you weren't. Aphrodite frowned, worried for her baby and other husband. Never before had I wanted to rip a man apart so badly. Any father would, Zeus rumbled, getting nods all around. Before I could think of any possible winning strategy, he tossed Naruto up into the air and lunged at me. Kushina called Naruto's name. Her terrified voice was heavy with anger and exhaustion, most likely angry at being unable to do anything. Giving birth is taxing, Aphrodite nodded. I utilized my Hiraishin no Jutsu to evade it and catch Naruto. His cries ripped my heart apart. The blanket wrapped around Naruto started to hiss and smoke. I discarded it and left the small cabin we had hidden ourselves in, just barely making it out before the explosion that destroyed the cabin. He planted an explosive on my baby. Aphrodite raged. Exploding babies, Ares hummed, getting glares all around. Okay, chill. Sticks, I was kidding. I landed with a wince, cradling my still crying son who was thankfully unharmed. I pulled a piece of wood out of my shin and then used Hiraishin again to get Naruto to safety within the village. I laid him on our bed, carefully bundling him beneath the covers, and regrettably left him to save Kushina. I got to her just before the Nine Tails could crush her under his hand. Thank you, dear, Aphrodite smiled. I'd do it again, even without the mind control. Kushina was a bitch to me. HMPH, deal with it. The goddess huffed. Shut up, Kurama, Naruto said. He was horrified at what Obito had done thanks to Madara's meddling. Kushina, bless her, was shivering and weak. Hey, Artemis smirked at Aphrodite, who glared at her. Concerned only for Naruto and the village. Despite her wishes for me to stop the man that had taken control of the Nine Tails, I took her to him, laying her on the bed next to our now sleeping son. She cradled Naruto and I watched them, filling with determination. I knew then that I might die that night, but so long as they lived, it would be worth it. Percy had to admire Naruto's dad. That was a demigod dad if he'd ever seen one. A part of him wanted to be just like that. I donned my cloak, a gift from the summoning toad sages, and left my family to stop the coming beast. When I appeared, I was too late. The Nine Tails was summoned and had already begun wreaking havoc on the village. He noticed me as I appeared atop my head on the Hokage monument, which was always a surreal experience now that I think about it, and began powering up the land-destroying Bijudama, the inspiration for my Rasengan technique. All great moves need inspiration from somewhere. Athena nodded. Like Raw or the WWE. Apollo beamed as the male gods nodded. I stopped it with my Jikuken Kekai, a space-time Fuinjutsu barrier that allows me to redirect a chakra-based attack. I transported the Bijudama 3 miles beyond the village, and still made a large dome that could be seen and felt for miles. Epic, Ares grinned. Before I could counterattack, I sensed a presence behind me and turned to stab my would-be attacker in the head. My hand, shockingly enough, went through the masked mon's head like it wasn't there. I believe it's a similar space-time technique, only it displaces his body, leaving a realistic afterimage behind. The masked man then tried to, as crazy as it sounds, absorb me inside of him. Bad touch, Hermes shivered. I escaped with the Hiraishin, but it wasn't for long. The masked man followed me with his own variation of a transportation technique. I at first came to the conclusion that this was the first real threat to Konoha, Madara Uchiha. Rival to the original god of shinobi, the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama Senju. If that were the case, he would have had to be over 150 years old. Not even the Uzumaki lived that long according to my knowledge. And if a son of Athena is doing the numbers, Leo grinned. It just has to be right, Percy smirked at his girlfriend. He taunted me with his identity until I told him I didn't care who he was. I asked him why he decided to attack Konoha, my home. He didn't give me a direct answer, but I believe this was planned. To what end, I don't know. All I knew at the time was that he was dangerous and that I had to be on my guard. I couldn't flee, he would cause too much chaos if I went after the real threat, the Nine Tails. The masked man attached a long chain to cuffs on his wrists. He lunged at me, empty-handed, and I lunged at him with my Hiraishin kunai in hand. Once more I went through him, but he tightened the chain around me once I passed. It was strange, powerful how he could be there and at the same time not be. Or maybe, the chain was there all the time while he was not. I digress. Athena does that, a lot. The gods nodded as the wisdom goddess glared at them. Realizing that physical attacks were pointless, I devised a plan to feint out his attack, the only time he was solid. It was all about being faster than him. Amen. Hermes grinned wildly. Go dad, Naruto said under his breath. He might have gotten through to the heartbroken Obito in the end, but this was still his father's fight. He had to play for the home team first and foremost. We charged at each other again and I threw my kunai at his head. As suspected, it started to go through. The masked man reached out to grab me and I knew that once my kunai finished passing through his head, he would be vulnerable. I made the Rasengan in my right hand and felt out my kunai. I waited for a full connection and as soon as I had it, I used the Hiraishin. I reappeared above the masked mon's back and drove the Rasengan down. He broke the ground with his impact, leaving the area in a mess. Excellent job, Athena praised. Poseidon flapped his lips, parroting her words. Fates, she was annoying when her children were doing something good. I planted a Hiraishin seal on his back. He jumped out of the rubble and praised me. I gave him no more time and used the seal I planted on him to appear directly in front of him. I pressed my hand against his chest and placed a contract seal on him, breaking the connection between him and the Nine Tails. Have to give him props for that teleportation move, Jason whistled, it was amazing. The masked man fled after I did this, telling me he planned on world domination. Wonderful, Percy rolled his eyes. Same song and dance, just new partners. I don't know if that is his true goal or if he simply means to dominate our continent, but I warn you Athena, do not take our people lightly. Even gods can fall at the hands of men. Like Ares, Percy nodded. Fuck off, Jackson. Naruto stopped reading there as the door opened and Annabeth came in. He folded the note up and hid it in his jacket. Normally he would share this information with Annabeth, but this seemed really personal. And call Naruto selfish, but he didn't have a lot to remember his father by. He was going to keep this letter, even if it wasn't meant for him. Who knows, maybe Athena left it for him to find. I wouldn't exactly mind, Annabeth admitted, but a part of her would still want to read it. Naruto, good you're here, Annabeth said. She looked around, frowning. Where are your clones? I didn't feel like making them today, Naruto said. The note burned a hole in his jacket, keeping him aware that it was still there, waiting to be read. Evil ghost letter, Leo said in a whisper, getting Nico to glare at him. Dude, not cool. Well, I guess that's for the best. We need to talk, Annabeth said. She pulled the chair next to Naruto out and took a seat next to him. About what, Jason? Annabeth frowned. He's just not going to cut. Percy shook his head, getting Jason to roll his eyes. Naruto arched a brow. What about Jason? He's Roman. And your point is, Naruto didn't see what the big deal in that was. So he was Roman, big deal. That just meant there were more demigods to meet, more friends to be made. He's optimistic, I'll give him that. Reina stated. Naruto, Romans are dangerous, Annabeth said. The Romans nodded to this. They were the enemies of Greece for a long time and eventually attacked it, claiming Greece as part of their empire. Yeah, I know that, but the Romans also took in Greece culture and helped the conquered people regain their dignity, Naruto said. Athena scowled. He liked that part of history the most, where the people were treated fairly. Naruto, during the war against Greece, they went against Athena first. Naruto frowned and Annabeth continued. They took Athena's statue from Athens. They took the Athena Parthenos. Naruto blinked in surprise. Wow, I don't know what that means. It means bad things, Percy surmised, or at least that's what he figured it as. Annabeth sighed. Naruto, by taking her statue, the Romans greatly weakened Athena. It dishonored her as a war goddess. It was also a way of disrespecting the Greeks, adding insult to injury. Athena's mood darkened. Naruto frowned. If that's the case, why didn't the Greeks try to take it back? I am sure they did, but over the years, the statue was lost. Children of Athena know this by heart and don't dare trust Romans because of what they did. That's it, Naruto asked. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Poseidon broke out into laughter as Athena squawked. Annabeth blinked as Reina hummed. He's interesting, that's for sure. Annabeth frowned and spoke softly, but her voice had an edge to it. Naruto, you have to understand, we have our mom's pride. How do you think she felt when it was taken? They reduced her to nothing but a goddess of crafts and a strategist who focused on retreating. Think about that for a minute. Athena nodded. Help your grandmother, Naruto. I can see where that would suck, Naruto said. But I am not going to hate someone because of something that happened centuries ago. But so what? Naruto frowned at her. Annabeth, you may have Athena's pride, but right now you don't have her head. And neither does she. Ooh, the god said as Athena frowned. Naruto, you shouldn't say that. Then you should use your head and think about who you're talking to. What do you mean? Annabeth asked. It hit her a second later. Oh. Yeah, Naruto frowned and stood up. Annabeth, what I went through, I would never do that to someone else. It's not fair and it's not right. Jason isn't the one responsible for stealing Athena's statue. Points to him. Frank nodded. Indeed, Reina agreed. You have to admit he's too perfect, though. Annabeth frowned. It's creepy. Jason frowned. I am not perfect, he waved off. Annabeth gave him a look. You were at times, it's creepy. Jason sulked. And now it's about Percy. Naruto rubbed his head with a sigh. I should have known. Hera switched them just to spite me, Annabeth said. All because I insulted her a few years back. Hera huffed. She deserved it. Naruto shook his head. I don't think it's as simple as that. No, it's the icing on her cake. Annabeth's shoulders slumped and her eyes casted down. It hurts, Naruto. It hurts knowing he's out there and, knowing him, in trouble and that I am here doing nothing. Percy gave Annabeth a half hug. She snuggled into his frame. Anna Oba. Naruto had her looking back up at him and he gave her a small reassuring smile. He's strong, if any of the stories I heard about him are true. He's an idiot, Annabeth said, frowning. Damn right, Percy said with pride. Annabeth palmed her face. So am I, and the good thing about us idiots. We're very durable, Naruto grinned. Have you met Ares? Shut its speed stick. Not with an Achilles heel, you errant, Annabeth said. I lose it. Percy waved off. I don't know what that is, Naruto said, frowning. He shrugged. Whatever. I am sure he's fine. Annabeth chewed on her bottom lip, probably still worrying about Percy. Her eyes went to the table and she noticed the journal, making Naruto swallow. She grabbed the book and flipped through it. You were on advancement to Jonin. Oh, right, Naruto said. He let out a small breath he didn't know he was holding. Annabeth began helping him translate and Naruto nodded along to her instructions. He could still feel the tension, though. It felt as if Athena herself was disapproving of his words. I would be, Athena frowned. Oh well, she'd have to get over it. Naruto didn't discriminate, not after the childhood he had. The war goddess grumbled at that. She couldn't exactly change a perspective like that. Not that she couldn't try, mind you. And that's that chapter. Apollo grinned. Who's next? Hermes already had the book in hand. Damn thief. Damn right. Hermes grinned wildly with mischief. Hermes began to read with an eager grin. 2 months had passed since Naruto found the letter in his father's journal. He still hadn't read the rest of it, not finding the right time to do so. That or whenever he began to, something would interrupt him. So he decided to wait until he was sure he wouldn't be doing anything else or bothered and hid it in a seal he painted onto his wrist. Sneaky ninja skills. Hermes smirked. Over those 2 months, his relationship with Nissa had gone further than he expected. Within the 3rd week she had initiated second base during a makeout session. Whoa, fast. Apollo whistled as Hephaestus groaned. And a month after that they got pretty hot and heavy in 3rd base. She's got more nerve than her father, that's for sure. Aphrodite tittered and got a flaming glare from her husband. That night was definitely going to be a night Naruto would never forget. The fact they did that in the forges, Naruto felt lucky he wasn't scalded by something. Did what? Leo snapped and blanched. Oh gods, he hopped his other didn't need a blue light. Hey, are you listening to me or are you off in La La Land again? Nissa asked. Naruto blinked and chuckled sheepishly. Sorry Nissa, he said. He scratched the back of his neck. I was thinking about the time in the forges. Looking for a repeat? Nissa asked, a sly smirk on her face. She better not. Leo shouted with fury. Like they needed that place sullied like that. Like you never thought of that, Leo. Piper smirked. I would never do that at the workplace, maybe. Naruto flushed and looked around the small fast food joint, hoping no one heard them. Nissa had gotten Chiron's approval to go into the city for the weekend for a few campers, including themselves. The hotel rooms that had been booked were originally supposed to be co-ed, girls on one side of floor and boys on the other, but Nissa, being the clever minx she was, slipped several couples under Chiron's nose. I am liking her more and more, Aphrodite smiled in approval of her stepdaughter. The Smith god palmed his face, his daughter was doomed now. So here they were, on a makeshift date day eating lunch at a chain called McDonald's. Naruto nearly punched out the statue of Ronald McDonald when it greeted him, still not used to the urban atmosphere. Damn freaky clown, Jason frowned. Hey, watch the crack at the clown, Jay. Talia frowned. They're just so weird, the son of Rome confessed. Nissa stopped him from earning more stares than he already had. Apparently it wasn't every day that a seemingly American boy with strange marks on his face suddenly burst into excited Japanese after Ronald McDonald said hi. Welcome to McDonald's. Nissa, I am pretty sure that if your dad doesn't smelt me, Leo will, Naruto said under his breath. Damn right I would, Leo huffed, crossing his arms. The short stuff is focusing on his boat far too much to pay any attention to what goes on at camp, Nissa said. Hey, focusing too much on work makes you like that, Leo. Annabeth stated. And she's speaking from experience. Percy grinned, getting a light shove from his girlfriend. She rolled her eyes. Same with that Roman guy, and your sister. Both of them have blinders on if the other is within viewing distance. Jason and Piper flustered at that. That, I've noticed, Naruto said, chuckling. Piper and Jason were dancing around each other like they were standing on a floor made of glass. Naruto grabbed one of his French fries and put it in his mouth. You'd think they'd just kiss already. Maybe they already have, Nissa said. Maybe they are keeping it quiet so someone's big brother doesn't kill the new boyfriend. He wouldn't kill me, Jason said. Naruto was a nice guy like that. I wouldn't kill him. Naruto took a sip of his drink. Bruise him up a bit, maybe. But I wouldn't kill him. Athena's cabin would be ashamed of you, Nissa said. Yes, Athena admitted, getting Jason to sweat somewhat. Naruto rolled his eyes. His relationship with his aunts and uncles wasn't exactly the greatest right now. Since he told Annabeth that he wouldn't have any part of isolating Jason or outright shunning him. Malcolm, Gregory, and Alexandra had approached him with similar concerns and explanations. He was glad his fatal flaw wasn't hubris, it was getting extremely annoying to deal with their infallible reasoning. I feel his pain, Poseidon nodded as Athena huffed. Infallible up until Naruto mentioned that he was treated like a leper by most of his home village, an average of around 500,000 people save maybe 30, until he was 15. Aphrodite simmered at that, eyes flaring to through different colors of red. That certainly left them speechless and flustered. I am really like this one all the more, the sea god grinned. Naruto brushed those thoughts aside and grabbed one of Nissa's nuggets. She glared at him as he popped it in his mouth and took his drink in retaliation. Naruto chuckled around the nugget and swallowed. So what do you want to do next? Well, there's the Empire State Building. We could always go check it out even if we can't visit the top floor. Nissa was referring to Olympus, of course. She frowned and ate a fry. Why is the top floor closed? That's literally the coolest thing to do in New York. Because someone was afraid we were interfering too much. Hera rolled her eyes as Zeus frowned. Oh, she wouldn't be letting this go for decades. The, boss closed it because he was afraid of history repeating itself, whatever that means, Naruto said. He hummed and thought on it. But what could happen that he's so afraid of? Nissa chewed on another fry. I wish I didn't average out in history. Maybe I should pay more attention, but then I couldn't focus on the forge. Stick to your guns, Ares nodded. It was what he did. History is the one thing I actually enjoy, Naruto said. Of course he would. Percy rolled his eyes as Annabeth smirked at him. He ate the rest of his cheeseburger, an interesting meal, and balled up the wrapper. We could look into it. Do some research. Study date. Very tempting, Nissa said, smiling at him as she took his drink again. Is there a place we could do that? Naruto asked. The public library, Nissa said. She grinned coyly. Fair warning, I might get distracted. Excellent point. The love goddess nodded. Naruto shook his head in amusement. As long as you can control yourself. I promise nothing. She's got the hots all right, Apollo whistled. Wonderful. Talia rolled her eyes, a frown on her face. The New York Public Library was huge. Far larger than Konoha's library, at least double if not triple the size. Then again, most ninja don't like keeping all their information in one place. Tends to end badly in the case of espionage. Naruto followed Nissa to the ancient Greek section. Their dyslexia made it a bit difficult, but eventually the two had found a large collection of Greek mythology that looked old enough to come from ancient Greece itself. Harsh, Percy said. Annabeth sighed. No one wanted to learn much from a good book nowadays. It was always the internet now. Naruto opened the book and began going down the index. Beginning, Titanomachy, Typhon, Gigantomachy. There's that Athena book magic. Piper smiled as Annabeth looked smug. Sounds like something to look into, Nissa said. She turned to the page and read the first line. The Gigantomachy was the war between the Gigantes, a new breed of giants, and the Olympians. The Gigantes were debated to be either the children of Gaia and Tartarus, or born from the blood spilled by Oranos when his son Kronos sliced him into pieces. And all I did to my dad when I met him was punch him in the gut, Naruto said. Ouch, Apollo winced. Didn't that happen to you in Sun's Heir Death's Guardian? Artemis innocently asked. Ha, ha, do you think this could be what the big guy upstairs meant? Nissa asked. History repeats itself. You fought a giant, right? And it couldn't be defeated without Athena's help, Naruto said. He pointed to an excerpt he found. It was with Heracles' arrow and Athena's spear that Enceladus fell. Ah, that was a fond moment, Athena said, looking melancholic. So demigods and gods have to work together to kill them, Nissa said. But with Olympus closed, we can't get help. Therein lies the problem. Demeter frowned. Naruto felt a chill go up his spine as he said it. There was a shuffling of books and Naruto looked around. His nerves were on full alert with this discovery. What is it? Nissa asked. I don't think we're alone anymore. Naruto quickly turned to look at the upper level of the library, seeing a shadow move. Correction. I know we're not alone anymore. A monster, in a library. Athena said in a dark tone. Of all the vile moments to attack. Among the murmuring of the other seekers of knowledge or entertainment, there was a low growl. It was deep and had the hairs on his neck standing on edge. Tell me you brought your laser pointer, Nissa said. Naruto checked his pockets and swore. It's back at the hotel. Where's yours? I don't have a specific one, Nissa said. Daughter of the smith, I am pretty good with everything. Just not on par with the warmongers. Ares grinned at that. What did you bring? A sledgehammer, Nissa said. Naruto gave her an incredulous look and she shrugged. It gets the job done.